Liberty or go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code LIBERTY for the amazing offer of $49.98 on the Giza Dreams sheets, any size and any color. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
Marines are on standby. I'm Dave Anthony. Fox News to be sent to Los Angeles, where 2,000 National Guard troops and police have been battling protesters who've been demonstrating against immigration raids. California Governor Gavin Newsom and L.A. Mayor Karen Bass, Democrats, say President Trump deploying the Guard made things worse.
I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs.
The president says when it comes to clashes with the protesters,
they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military.
Fox's Doug Luzader has more.
The president is warning California officials not to stand in the way of law and order as the demonstrations and riots in the Los Angeles area are entering their fourth day now. President Trump has superseded California Governor Gavin Newsom, calling in hundreds of National Guard troops to back up law enforcement agencies. LA's police chief said his officers were being pelted with everything from fireworks to cinder blocks.
We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity.
There's a search for a gunman in Las Vegas where late last night somebody opened fire outside the Bellagio Hotel fountains. 2 people were killed. New drama around Gaza as Israel keeps hitting Hamas with deadly airstrikes. An attempt to bring in more food and aid blocked in what Israel calls a publicity stunt.
The yacht's passengers include Swedish climate change activist Greta Thunberg.
If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces.
That video posted on X along with others from the Freedom Flotilla coalition. Their intended destination was the blockaded Gaza Strip.
As Fox's Jonathan Savage, that boat is being diverted to Israel instead. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
That heat's going to be out there for one more day.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
The Senate will keep considering what President Trump calls a big, beautiful budget bill this week, funding his agenda from border security to extending the 2017 tax cuts. But some of his fellow Republicans in the Senate are pushing for more spending cuts. The bill would also increase military spending. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth will testify about it in Congress several times this week.
The current defense budget of $850 billion could jump by 14% to the first over $1 trillion defense budget for fiscal year 2026. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Fox and Friends Friday on what he says the Pentagon will do with the new budget.
We need warriors, and we need to make sure we're deterring our enemies. In order to do that, and this is the big key message because these are all budget hearings, is rebuild our military. President Trump did it in his first term. He's going to do it in this term.
Hegseth will also tell the House committee that the president plans historic investments in fighter jet and shipbuilding, as well as the Golden Dome, hypersonics, and drones. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are mixed, barely moving before this week's trading. At tennis's French Open, the longest final in history for the men, Carlos Alcaraz rallied to win the Grand Slam tournament for the second straight year, beating Yannick Sinner in a match that lasted nearly 5.5 hours. On the NASCAR track,
for a lot of the day, William Byron looked like he was in control, leading 98 of the 200 total laps. But things started to get tight late, and then with just over 3 laps to go on Prime Video, The number 11 car of Denny Hamlin made its move.
Now Hamlin digging inside again.
Perfect side draft right there. Denny's going to clear easily. Clear.
Denny Hamlin all clear.
And Hamlin holds on for his third win of the year. That's tied with Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell for the most in the Cup Series this season. As for Byron, things actually got even worse for him after that. He ran out of gas 2 laps later and ended up finishing 28th.
That's Greg Thompson. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Raj Shah, host of Unleash Your Wealth.
You know, there are a lot of clients and people coming in from the radio into our office saying, I don't want to lose any money. I need to protect the money I have saved over the last 20 or 30 years, where you have strategies where you can structure an income stream where it has an inflation protection so that as inflation, if it continues to go up, your income will go up.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Digging on your property poses serious risks. One wrong move can damage underground utility lines, cut off essential services, or cause physical harm. Prevent a disaster by knowing what's below. Contact Julie before you dig to request utilities locate their underground lines for free. When planting, building, adding, or fixing anything outdoors, plan ahead to stay safe. Contact juliebeforeyoudig.com. Every project, every time.
juliebeforeyoudig.com. We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed. And it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Chicagoland traffic. The Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
please, can we go any slower?
You could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get Quick Delivery Service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick Delivery Service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit quickdelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to quickdelivery.com.
Hugh Hewitt explains what the bill will do for America.
And the One Big Beautiful Bill Act extends the Trump tax cuts of 2017, makes them better, deeper, wider, stronger, more growth-oriented. So we want that to get through the Senate so we can have a growth economy.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's June 9th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Donald Duck Day. On this day in 1934, the lovable duck dressed in a sailor suit with a cap and bow tie, along with a very short temper, made his screen debut in The Wise Little Hen.
A little hen, a little lamb, a princess
He has appeared in more films than any other Disney character. His middle name is Fauntleroy, meaning child king, and derived from Old French. Also on this day in 1973, Secretariat wins the Triple Crown in breathtaking style, completing the mile-and-a-half race in a record 2 minutes, 24 seconds, shaving 3 seconds off the track record set in 1957, sending Big Red into immortality. Secretariat crossed the finish line 31 lengths ahead of the field. Born on this day in 1961, actor Michael J. Fox of Back to the Future fame.
Are you telling me that you built a time machine out of a DeLorean?
I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
You know, daily stress is such a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stress attracts diseases just like blood in the water attracts sharks. And for over 40 years on Chicago radio, we continue to share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to help minimize your need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. So today, it's our dirt cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. Now, most people don't do so well on their first go around, signaling adrenal gland distress. And then they follow our stress-busting strategies and pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call for your dirt cheap adrenal stress index test, and we will hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Just call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. That's 800-794-1855.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you'll destroy your life. Listen to The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7. The Flot Line describes a main line of resistance in your soul built on God's Word. Listen this Sunday for inspiration, motivation, education, all without manipulation. That's The Flot Line with Rick Hughes this Sunday morning at 7 on AM 560. The Answer. Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere, delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
S&C brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Samsung TV Plus, channel 1177.
Attention American homeowners, you're under attack. Your home and equity could be vulnerable to cyber thieves. There's only one company that completely stops them, and that company is Equity Protect. Equity Protect prevents any attempts to steal your home, equity, and ownership 24/7. Get your free risk report today by texting the word HOME to 94878. That's right, text the word HOME to 94878 to get your free risk report. Keep your equity and legacy safe with Equity Protect.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Robert Anderson, president of McLaughlin Body Company in the Quad Cities, and a customer of Signature Bank. When our 100-year-old family-owned manufacturing company was looking for a new bank, we found an excellent partner with Signature Bank. Signature Bank understands the challenges with manufacturing in today's highly competitive environment. We recently participated in a new markets tax credit program, and we're fortunate to have the experts at Signature Bank help us navigate the complexities of this program. With Signature Bank's support, we were able to expand not only our facility, but ultimately our business. If you're looking for a trusted banking partner for your business, look to Chicago's own Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Is it time to get your children and grandchildren out of the godless government schools? You cannot allow your loved ones to be forcibly subjected to ungodly psychological examinations and perverse sexual teachings. You would not send your child to a school that teaches 2 + 2 is 5. What is being taught today is far worse and damaging to minds and hearts. We can help through our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program. For over 55 years, Christian Liberty has operated a Christian school now located in Arlington Heights, and we have served hundreds of thousands of families across our nation and foreign countries through our homeschool program, Christian Liberty Homeschools. Visit ChristianLiberty.com to learn more or to schedule a tour of our excellent 12-acre facility in Arlington Heights and learn about our educational programs. Take action today. Visit ChristianLiberty.com. Experience the best in our on-campus Christian school and homeschool program and get more information at ChristianLiberty.com.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. It was on January 5 of this year when President Trump, on my Salem program, said his preference was for, quote, one big, beautiful bill, close quote. And thus he started a snowball rolling down Congressional Hill that has gathered momentum and should be on his desk. Perhaps by July 4, certainly not later than Labor Day. Trump willed H.R. 1 into being the way he willed his return to the Oval Office, by speaking clearly and repeatedly about what had to be done. Turns out the commander-in-chief is also the closer-in-chief. The president worked closely with Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, and Majority Whip Emmer, and got what he promised on the campaign trail last year in it, including no taxes on tips and no tax on overtime. Now he'll help Senate Majority Leader Thune, Whip Barrasso, and Conference Chair Tom Cotton in the Senate pilot H.R. 1 through the narrows of that body. All the Senate has to do is polish up H.R. 1, and the Congress can go home for a well-earned summer vacation.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Sun and some clouds. It'll be breezy for today. Afternoon thunder shower. Could see some small hail. The high 74. Partly cloudy, smoky evening from those wildfires in Canada, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You remember Terry Moran. The president didn't really know who he was, but he sat down for an interview with him last month anyway because, well, he's from ABC News, so he figured he had to be somebody. Terry Moran. This was sort of the tenor of the interview where Moran was combative and asserting things that turned out not to be true. The Abrego-Garcia exchange they had when this was fresh is sort of a good example of Terry Moran's journalism in scare quotes.
Murderers, criminals in this country, we have to get them out, and we're doing it. And you'll pick out one man, but even the man that you picked out, he said he wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry. Hey, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
Right, we'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS, as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't there, but they're there now, right?
No,
but they're there
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look.
You do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at that,
Why don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
Because that's not what Terry Moran has been hired to do. Terry Moran is hired to give the patina of journalism while being a rank partisan. And he had a bit of a tantrum. There he was able to keep his hyperventilating in check in the Oval Office. But over the weekend on social media, on X, the thing about Stephen Miller is not that he is the brains behind Trumpism. Yes, he is one of those people who conceptualizes the impulse of the Trumpist movement and translates them into policy, but that's not what's interesting about Miller. It's not brains, it's bile. Miller is a man who is richly endowed with the capacity for hatred. He's a world-class hater. You can see this just by looking at him, because you can see that his hatreds are his spiritual nourishment. He eats his hate. Trump is a world-class hater, but his hatred only a means to an end, and that end is his own glorification. That's his spiritual nourishment. Terry Moran, ABC News correspondent Terry Moran,
and it looks like
on Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, and of course the president.
Yeah, and it looks like he tweeted that maybe after a night of some beverages with friends.
Liquid truth, don't care. The bottom line is Terry Moran didn't have the gumption to say that directly to the president when he had an opportunity to go back and forth on whether or not Trump is a world-class hater, and he uses hate as a means to an end, his own ends, political ends, and his own glorification, and what he thought about Stephen Miller, and go chapter and verse on the whole administration. So now Terry Moran has been slapped on the hands.
But is that enough? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Our text line is also up and running. I mean, in my world, if somebody had said that as a news reporter, they'd be fired.
Yeah,
you can't. No, not the suspend. And the best thing that happened to Terry Moran is the riots in LA right now, because everybody's focus is going to be on that and no one's going to be focusing on him.
It's not true. They're all one and the same, because part of the coverage of the LA riots is the press coverage of the LA riots. And it's people like Terry Moran who are covering them, who is basically a representation of the D.C. press corps and all of its urban outposts around the country, including L.A., which we'll get to. So, no, Terry Moran will be mentioned in the not beyond its importance, because he's not important, except as an example. Should he be suspended? Should he be fired? Back in my day, people, no, they wouldn't have. They thought the same things. Some of them said the same things. They certainly behaved the same way as Terry Moran. Nobody got fired. They got advanced. Please.
Maybe. Well, it depends on if you worked. Well, I'm just saying, if you worked for an O&O, or if you worked for, just a station that Hubbard owned, or some smaller conglomerate.
So what happens when Terry Moran's suspension has been served? Then he comes back and he's been rehabilitated? We're supposed to take him seriously? He's a fair arbiter of the passing scene. He's an honest broker, a good faith, a journalist when it comes to inquiring about administration policies and sitting down with administration officials. I mean, the only point to engage people like Terry Moran, and that's 90% of the D.C. press corps. The only purpose is to generally treat them the way that Trump does, which is to beat them about the head and neck area rhetorically, and to just say to their face as to their unfairness and their inaccuracies and so forth. I mean, I understand Trump has ulterior motives in terms of news cycle and maintaining dominance in said, but for the larger center-right movement, for the larger Republican Party, because I've seen it play out for so many years here where conservatives and Republicans want to sidle up to the Tribune's editorial board. They want the blessing of the Crane's editorial board. They want Kilmarine to like them, or Skippy Jacobson, or Ron Majors, Chuck Gowdy, the I-Team. It's a joke. Terry Moran is what the D.C. press corps has been for 50 years. Wake up. And I say wake up. The ironic thing is that most of the public, most of the center-right electorate gets it. But so many of the center-right politicians are so vainglorious that they don't want to believe it. It won't happen to me. They like me. I have a personal relationship. Ask Jack Ryan about his personal relationship, his personal friendship with all of the members of the Chicago Political Press Corps. Ask John McCain about his personal relationship and his great friendships with all the members of the D.C. Political Press Corps. How many times does this have to play out before it penetrates the politicos on the center right, the politicos?
I love what ABC News posted. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he says his post does not reflect the views of ABC News and violated our standards. Oh, you have standards? What are your standards? As a result, he's going to be suspended.
His views do reflect the views of ABC News. They don't reflect the views of George Stephanopoulos and Martha Raddatz and Jonathan Karl. Should I go on? Right. Sure they don't. And this is one of a kind. Jim Acosta. Remember in term one, Jim Acosta, CNN was Sam Donaldson, an intrepid reporter, speaking truth to power, afflicting the comfortable to comfort the afflicted. He was a great representative of a dogged journalism because he was just asking the tough questions to the administration. And that's just what he does, even-handedly, of course, because he's a real journalist. Well, here's Jim Acosta over the weekend at a town hall that he held now that he's been relegated to podcaster like everybody else.
It was a YouTube town hall.
And this town hall, it wasn't just YouTube. The town hall had an audience. And this is at the end of the town hall where Jim Acosta wants to take it down and do a 21st century vigil.
He cares.
Turn down the lights, take out your cell phones, and put on the flashlights on your cell phones, because I have something important to say about this time in America and our role in this time in America.
Pull out the phone, turn the light on. You guys too.
Who, me?
It may feel like we are surrounded in darkness right now. There's no question about it. It's been hard to get through. We're only, 100 and some odd days in. But I think what you just heard here from these gentlemen up here, from Tara, from Aaron, from Miles, is that there's still a lot of light left in all of us. And it would mean something to me if you carry that message with you as we leave this theater here tonight, that this is not a country that is being plunged into darkness. This is a country that can find its way back to the light. And I want to thank everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to see the video too. It's pretty pathetic.
This is what the left calls journalism. And these are who the left calls journalists. So when it comes to these news organizations, quote unquote news organizations, as I've said umpteen times, don't on the one hand recognize what is obvious and then turn around and say, oh, but did you see what the ABC News reported about this person or NBC News reported about this person? If it's a person on the center right, don't believe a word they say. How could you? Ever. Jim in LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, Terry Moran is being talked about and will be talked about the same way the LA riots are being talked about as being peaceful protests, according to the left-wing news media. And that's a damn shame. But the people who are in the know, we all know better. It's just cover. Thanks, Dan. Have a great day.
Thanks,
What ABC News should do is release him from his suspension right now and put him on the front lines. Go all in.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care that he gets suspended. What does it matter? Like,
it's not going to change who he is or how he feels.
It's not going to change what ABC News
what
is.
He thinks. Exactly.
Len in Highland Park.
We'll argue his freedom of speech.
I hope you guys missed me the last 6 months.
Where were you?
Why did you leave us?
I didn't leave you guys. I just long story. Anyway, I just got back.
Well, you should tell us you've been gone for 6 months and you just got a long story. I mean, what kind of
6 months?
What kind of friendship is this, Len?
Well, let me make my point here.
Oh,
I just got back from Saratoga Springs. I've been driving around the country the last 6 months.
Oh,
well, you can listen to us on your app, on your phone.
I check into the hotel in Saratoga Springs, and the guy has got MSNBC on. I go to my room, and they have Fox News blocked. I can't watch Fox. I mean, it's amazing. But these people have an audience, and you can throw truth in their face. They don't want to listen to it, okay? I can go to Starbucks in Highland Park right now, and these people are thinking the same thing they were thinking last year, the year before, and truth is not part of their reality. And there's nothing we can do. And, Dan, you don't have an answer. Neither do I. No one will ever find one. You can't explain stupid.
Well, thanks for the call, Len, and glad to have you back. I mean, stupidity is open-ended. There's no ceiling to it. I agree with that. But I think about it very much like people coming out of COVID and their dalliance with COVIDianism, which is that people come out of it not en masse, but one at a time. So obviously it's not true that you can't get to people and that people don't change their minds, because we see it happen all the time in high-profile cases, too. Elon Musk comes to mind. So that's not true, but the problem is the work is painstaking because it's one at a time, and it feels like you're bailing out the Titanic with a teaspoon. But that's the way it has to be. All right, we'll take more of your calls at 5:38, and we'll fold in the LA riots, too, 5:38.
And later, Greta in Gaza. Well, she didn't make it, but now she's asking for help from Sweden. But now let's head into the newsroom. And here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 57 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. They did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
There's a major egg recall sparked by a multi-state salmonella outbreak.
The August Egg Company is recalling nearly 2 million cartons of brown eggs after dozens became sick in several states, including California, Nevada, and Arizona. The sell-by dates range from March 4th to June 19th. Most were sold in Safeway and Walmart stores in 9 states. So far, the outbreak has sickened 79 people, with no deaths reported. I'm Lisa Carton.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Craftsman Days are live at Lowe's. Get a free select tool when you buy the V20 2-pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help power you through and get the project done right. Because doing it yourselfing is unpredictable, but the tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, Chicago's medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Weekend appointments available. Call now. 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Sun and clouds, afternoon thunder shower today. Look for the high at 74. Could get some gusty winds with that. Partly cloudy for tonight. Smoke from some of those Canadian wildfires, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow in the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We were talking about Terry Moran and Jim Acosta and the D.C. press corps, and then their brethren out there in the hinterlands across America, particularly in our urban centers, that are facsimiles of the offerings from the quote-unquote news organizations inside the Beltway, at least the legacy ones. So the L.A. riots over the weekend, the confrontations with ICE, the efforts by politicians and activists alike to prevent ICE from doing its job, which is removing people in this country illegally, processing them for deportation. Let's begin with President Trump before we talk about the coverage, because President Trump has something to say about this, and he did something about it that's part of the controversy under discussion. Trump, when asked about his posture with respect to those who cross the line of peaceful protest into violence as the means to political ends, went full Richard J. Daley.
What's the bar for sending Marines?
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, You know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
They spit, we hit. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. It does...
I love it.
It does remind one of this infamous pronouncement from Richard J. back in '68.
I said to him very emphatically and very definitely that an order be issued immediately under his signature to shoot to kill any arsonist or anyone with a Molotov cocktail in their hand in Chicago, to fire a building because they're potential murderers, and to issue a police order to shoot, to maim, or cripple anyone looting any stores in our city.
Boy, that was back in the 60s, a long time ago, when even some Democrats were interested in preserving law and order. Now, maybe Richard J. took it a bit too far.
Yeah.
But
you know what? It worked.
You spit, we hit. What say you about that? And, of course, this is against the backdrop of scrambling the National Guard and deploying National Guard's troops to L.A. despite opposition, not just sort of Pontius Pilatism, but opposition from the governor of California, from the mayor of Los Angeles. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro.
Karen Bass, while her city is burning, while these wave cars are on fire, there's 4 of them, she's like, no troops are needed. And they had the split screen where she's saying LAPD has it under control while her town is burning.
I absolutely agree with the governor in asking that the troops be withdrawn. I don't think that is a way to bring peace in Los Angeles. I think that our law enforcement officers can handle this situation, but I just have to repeat again, it's a feeling here of intentional chaos in a situation that had not broken out to violence, short of a few people, and there's nothing unusual about that, and our police departments can manage that.
Yeah,
but it is as though
they're not management. This is what's really happening. Here's a police chief. Okay, this is what's happening. Antifa came in, folks. They mingled with the peaceful, allegedly.
As far as people are worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers, and
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting you have the police chief saying that. Now, the police also issued this namby-pamby, virtue signaling statement about the LAPD is aware that federal law enforcement are conducting activities in the city, and we want to make it clear the LAPD is not participating because we're sanctuary jurisdiction. So they're towing the line. I understand they feel compelled to, but it's all the whole thing smacks of tragic irony. At the same time, mostly peaceful, and yet the place is up for grabs. And we're opposed to the violence, but we have to embrace the sanctuary city that engenders the chaos that's being described while it is being misappropriated in the direction of Trump. L.A. Reporter for Fox News, Matt Seedorf, he was in Paramount, California, outside of Home Depot, where there was also a lot of activity. and violence. And the attempt to stop a federal bus from moving, people throwing themselves in front of buses, in front of ICE vehicles. Matt Seedorf, on his new news vehicle that he drove to the site, he used to drive to the site so he could report, that was vandalized with F-ICE spray painted on it, and then it was totaled right in front of his eyes.
So this is what's left of our work car. We had it parked near the scene. Obviously, we got here right at the beginning before we knew it was going to escalate to the situation that it got to. This is a brand new news truck that we just got. Looks like the tires were slashed. They busted into the windows. I'll see. Our personal bags were in the car. They stole all the stuff that was inside. There are some things here. Looks like they took cinder blocks through the window.
Mostly peaceful. Fox News reporter Christina Coleman on the ground in L.A. for Fox News Channel. The locals have it under control, says Karen Bass.
On this major freeway here southbound on the 101, just blocking out. Some of them are going back and forth. We heard some flashbangs there. Law enforcement trying to get this under control as much as they can. It has been very chaotic here, down here in downtown LA near the federal building all afternoon. You've had tear gas dispersed, rubber bullets deployed, the flashbangs, all to try and protect the property and to protect the people here from some of these anti-ICE protesters who are just causing chaos. Take a look at this video. Tear gas was used to disperse a crowd as some protesters threw back those tear gas canisters. This was yesterday in Paramount, a city in southeast.
Yeah, here was ABC7 reporting on what was going on in Paramount as they shut down a freeway. Not the only one they shut down.
For those agents, the Border Patrol, or it's to make arrests. Oh, looks like the bus is moving, even though protesters are trying to stop it from moving. So we don't know if this is reinforcements, if this is to help with arrests, or to get those agents out of there. But this situation continues to just unravel here in Paramount right now. We're bringing you live pictures. This is Josh Haskell with ABC7 Eyewitness News of protesters literally trying to stop this bus.
And that's ABC7. And then another ABC7, I'm talking about LA's ABC7, comes on the air and, does the caricature. She does Kenosha Redux. Remember the
we're rolling this line out again.
With the burning home in back of him, and Ali Veshley at NBC burning a home in back of him, or business in back of him in Kenosha. It's mostly peaceful.
Demonstrations had been going on right outside the Federal Detention Center. Most of those demonstrations were very peaceful. They were chanting, they were shouting. People were driving by, honking their horns. And again, they were expressing their anger about the detention of so many immigrants at the Federal Center. Most of the evening, the federal agents stayed inside the building, but at a certain point, some of the demonstrators got very close to the property. In fact, some of them went onto the property, started tagging the building, started banging at fences, and shortly after all that happened, the agents started firing off tear gas.
So then it was mostly peaceful right up until it wasn't. Got it. Great reporting.
And I love how, because I watched CNN all night because my girl Kyung Lao was there on the streets for hours, and they kept saying, "Are you okay?" Because flashbangs were going off, and she's like, "No, I'm fine." And they're like, "It's still a peaceful protest." She's like, "Well, the group's changing. The group that was here this morning is now infiltrated with different people." So that was their there was their way of squirming out of what was going on, I thought. But I want everybody to please keep in mind all of this violence, officers being injured, 6 people arrested last night in San Francisco. I don't know if you saw the businesses at 3:30 this morning in LA. They ransacked. They went in and took every shoe out of this one Nike store, every piece of clothing. So
they're
all
lucky.
of this,
they're lucky Richard J. Daley isn't the mayor of LA.
All of this, over 11 people who were arrested by ICE agents on Friday from all over the world. Brutal history such as sexual battery, abuse of a child, second-degree murder. And this is my favorite because I actually remember this story. In 1994, remember the Vietnamese illegal alien? He was a convicted murderer, gang member, but he was involved in that high school graduation shooting where they went to a house in San Marino in 1994 and killed 2 teenagers along with, they got kicked out of a party. They came back with an AK-47 and sprayed the place. That guy is out of jail. So he was one of the people that they picked up on Friday. That's a good thing.
So here's what's going on, and here's why you're seeing this reaction generated. There's a couple of layers to it. The first is specific to an ICE operation. The Trump administration has definitely figured out a way around these sanctuary city and state jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. It's called Operation Guardian Angel, and Mark Thiessen, who is a former W speechwriter, you see him on Fox News, he's a Washington Post columnist, he had it sussed out.
And what's got the left riled up in what's causing all this is that the Trump administration has figured out a way around sanctuary city laws. Local officials can refuse to honor an ICE detainer, but they can't refuse to honor a federal felony warrant. And so what the Trump administration has done, they've launched something called Operation Guardian Angel, where they're charging illegal migrants who have re-entered the country with felony illegal re-entry. And then they're presenting the local jurisdictions with federal felony warrants, and they have to hand them over. So they've been handing over hundreds of illegal migrants to ICE, and this has set people off that they found a way against to basically block the sanctuary city policies.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, got it now.
That's it.
Thank you.
So that's the context you need to understand why they have such reaction, because their soft underbelly has been exposed by the Trump administration when it comes to removing people who are in this country illegally and who pose public safety threats in most instances. And they know this jeopardizes the protection racket they have going for this, army of subversives that they have assembled for their own political ends in L.A., in California, and elsewhere. And if they can do it in L.A., they can do it in Chicago and New York and Houston and elsewhere. And this is why the left's hair is on fire from these mostly peaceful protests.
Well, according to CBS here in Chicago, their activists are getting ready. They're on standby in case it happens here.
Well, understand, it's the same infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, here's what I posted on X, just as it's a bit of a run-on sentence, but it's a summation of what you have going on here. LA is what happens when the illiberal gain control of society's mediating institutions, use those institutions to indoctrinate and thereby produce more of their ilk, install politicians with the help of the political press corps amplifying and deifying the most doctrinaire, incendiary hustlers among them, who steer taxpayer dollars to NGOs in the name of identity equity, providing a permanent campaign infrastructure of 24/7 subversion until a critical mass of political power is achieved so that they can do formally what they had been doing informally: open the borders and jailhouse doors, defame, defang, and defund law enforcement, induce chaos, foment division, and establish the warlordocracy that is inevitable when you attempt to use the state to create heaven on earth. That's the model. It's being used in LA, it's being used in Chicago, it's being used anywhere the left is not only ascendant, but in control. And of course, in most of our urban centers, that is who is in control. And if you don't think they're interested in amplifying and deifying the most doctrinaire, incendiary hustlers among them, wait till you hear from members of the Congressional Caucus in and around LA. We'll have that momentarily. Okay. Larry in Elmhurst, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Hey, just thinking, how you could tell these news stations are so freaking biased is the cop that shot Ashley Babbitt is a hero. If one of these cops were to try and save his life from one of these rioters and that, they would be calling for the death penalty on him.
Thanks, Larry. George, Naperville.
Yeah, Dan, so you're telling me Karen Bass just happened to be in town for all this?
She was.
She took a vacation from Ghana to L.A., and that's why it just was happenstance that she was in town. And
she brought up the Palisades fires. So I'm like, how can we deal with this when we're still recovering from the fires?
Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Always good talking to you. You changed topics on me, but let me opine on this one. How is the media covering this? Do we have any people saying, mostly peaceful? Saturday night, I watched the play, Good Night and Good Luck. and afterwards they had a critique of the play and had other discussions, and then they cut into the protests.
I'm sorry that a hagiography of Edward R. Murrow was interrupted, Bob. Edward R. Murrow wasn't all that Hollywood cracks him up to be either. Thanks for the call. I think we've already addressed the coverage issue. Eduardo, Tampa Bay.
Yeah, well, to answer Bob's question, they had landed a Black Hawk helicopter unloading weapons in the middle of the street here. There's a story here where Mayor Bass in the 70s went to Cuba.
Oh, yeah.
And joined the brigade and obviously indoctrinated in communism. So
Yes,
there you go.
Right.
Several times she was in Cuba.
Thanks for the call, Eduardo.
Fidel Castro's one of his.
What they all, which is what I just described. This is what's happened over time, and now it's not just Karen Bass, who's your mayor of L.A. It's people like, No Justice, No Peace, Maxine, who's doing her same routine that she did 33 years ago during the L.A. riots in 1992. It's people maybe you haven't been familiar with, you're not yet familiar with, Norma Torres and Nanette Branigan. These are all members of the Congressional Caucus that California dispatches to D.C. Where do you think they came from? This is Norma Torres.
I skipped a out of LA so that order can be restored.
Oh, she sounds like a lovely lady.
Mm-hmm. Here's Nanette Branigan.
We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests, people that are there to protest. The president is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting.
Oh, and it's great because Karen Bass let everybody know ICE is going to be here for the next 30 days doing this. And here's a city councilwoman, Hernandez. She's encouraging people to keep rioting and let's take it up a notch.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
Yeah, it's
fight.
It's a whole of government approach because it's the same profile in charge of the city council, in charge of the state, in charge of the city, in charge of the state, in charge of the federal government if they were given that power. Of course, Maxine Waters is the grande dame, and she had this to say about Trump.
To stop here where the guns are. I want y'all to take pictures of these guns and let people know that they're in our city with guns, and I'm sure they have orders to shoot and kill. I don't know, but otherwise they wouldn't have guns.
Right.
Orders to shoot and kill. Okay.
Otherwise they wouldn't have guns. Well, the LAPD has guns too. Do they have standing orders of shoot to kill on a day? No, of course not. But this is, again, amplifying and deifying without pushback, without qualification, the most incendiary, doctrinaire, and in Maxine Waters' case, ignorant among them. It is purposeful that you know who Maxine Waters is. Thank you, D.C. Press Corps and their outposts in places like L.A. Her message to Trump?
My message to Donald Trump is you are a cruel human being, and that you are using the poorest people in the land, the most vulnerable people in the land, to promote your politics. You are wrong. We know what this is all about. We have people who are immigrants here who are trying to seek a better living, who have come from places where they have experienced this kind of thing that he's doing here today. People who work every day, people who are paying taxes, who are raising their families, who are supporting education. They should not be treated this way. They should be given an opportunity to tell their story, whom they are, and why they're here, and ask the United States to please do what the Constitution allows us to do, and that is give them consideration for having citizenship here.
So it's a dual lie that's being told. It's a two-pronged lie. One is that they're mostly law-abiding. And two is that the protesters are mostly peaceful. When they say it's funny. I mean, they're so up their own behinds. Remember that whole "how thick is your bubble"? Their bubble is completely opaque, and it has been since 2016.
And they're sending the message
that they use phrases that are now punchlines in the general public. Mostly peaceful to the common person means violent. And it is an indictment of the press corps. It is like, let's go, Brandon. But they say it anyway because they're either completely oblivious, so thick is their bubble, or that is the charge to continue to at least gaslight those who are gaslightable.
And their new lie, both of them, they're on the same page, Karen Bass and Governor Newsom. Trump sent troops to manufacture chaos and violence.
We'll have more on this at 6:06 because we want to get to the infrastructure piece of it. Not to mention, we haven't even gotten to the most important voice weighing on this. Of course, that would be Kamala Harris. So we'll do that and take more of your calls on the the ongoing disintegration of L.A. at 6:06.
And later, Greta in Gaza, she didn't make it, and now she claims she's being held against her will, kidnapped, so to speak. You'll hear from her. Today, we're going to have partly sunny skies, breezy, not as warm. A couple of afternoon thunderstorms could bring some hail, a high of 74 degrees. And then for Tuesday and Wednesday, Tuesday, hazy sunshine, a high near 80 degrees. And on Wednesday, we'll have breezy, warmer, plenty of sunshine, a high of 89 degrees. It is now 6 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Downtown Los Angeles declared an unlawful assembly area. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. After 3 days of anti-immigration raid protests, President Trump has Marines on standby after sending in 2,000 National Guard troops.
I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order.
But California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom says the president is acting like a dictator, militarizing the situation and causing chaos.
We have seen protesters, most of whom were wearing masks to hide their faces, clash with police, throwing just about anything from cinder blocks to hammers at law enforcement in response to ICE arrests throughout the city. It all started Friday night when agents captured what they are calling the worst of the worst. Some of the migrants arrested have been convicted of crimes ranging from assault to drug offenses. One arrest includes a gang member convicted of murder.
Fox's Todd Pyro. In Las Vegas, police are searching for the gunman who opened fire near the Bellagio Hotel fountains late last night, killing 2 people. A plane taking off on a skydiving trip crashed in Tullahoma, Tennessee. All 20 people on board survived, but some were injured. President Trump's new travel ban affecting people from 19 countries has gone into effect today.
Travel from 12 of those, including Afghanistan, Iran, Libya, and Somalia, is restricted outright and deemed very high risk for a variety of reasons, according to the White House, which cites either terrorist activity, weak or hostile governments, and high visa overstay rates. 7 other countries, such as Venezuela, Cuba, and Laos, face partial restrictions.
Fox's CB Cotton. A new round of U.S.-China trade talks happening today in London, days after President Trump's phone call with the Chinese leader, after the president accused China of violating terms of an agreement that had lowered massive tariffs on imports. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 57 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A Freeport man is charged in connection to the accidental shooting death of a Chicago police officer last week will remain in custody. Alderman Raymond Lopez says that Adrian Tucker has a long criminal history.
This was an unintentional shooting by a fellow officer. But they were in this predicament by someone who has a history of violence, a history of being a danger to the communities.
Rucker appeared in court yesterday on multiple charges, included armed violence, possession of a fraudulent ID, and possession of a firearm without an FOID card. Governor Pritzker is lending advice to the Knox College class of 2025. While delivering the commencement address yesterday, the governor challenged the graduates to be confident, courageous, and brave as they take the next steps in life.
The wrong side of history will always tell you to be afraid. The right side of history will always expect you to be brave.
Pritzker praised Knox College for being a college that was established in 1837 in rural Illinois on the idea that slavery should be opposed in all forms. He also received an honorary degree. Community organizations are protesting ICE raids in Chicago. Demonstrators gathered yesterday in Pilsen, accusing the Trump administration of targeting immigrant communities and escalating attacks on immigrants. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Charlie Kirk sees a small part of the country going left.
Democrats are only making gains with one group of people. Highly educated, rich people. Those with luxury beliefs and abstractions. You can see the income graph. It is chilling. Democrats keep on gaining with the group. The wealthier you are, the more likely you are to be in the Democrat Party.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/policy. That's ethos.com/policy.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
From the Team Huckberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound about 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 8 minutes. Outbound about 10 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 12 minutes. Outbound about 13 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 16 minutes. Outbound about 15 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne Interchange, about 11 minutes. Outbound about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of Fox Valley Coins, currently buying all gold and silver bars and coins, silver dollars, rare, date, proof, and mint sets. Visit foxvalleycoins.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and clouds, afternoon thunder shower today. Look for the high at 74. Could get some gusty winds with that. Partly cloudy for tonight. Smoke from some of those Canadian wildfires, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow in the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is sponsored by TJ Stearns Financial Planning. Certified financial planner Tim Stearns holds a weekly discussion of the financial challenges to secure retirement. Listen Saturday at noon for Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, continuing our discussion from the end of last hour on the LA riots. The left, as per usual, employing violence in furtherance of their political ends. That's just what they do.
And the violence is Trump's fault.
One of the important pieces of this, in addition to what we've talked about, mostly peaceful, mostly law-abiding. And when I say mostly law-abiding, I mentioned last hour, I'm talking specifically about the people that ICE is taking into custody, that these are mostly law-abiding. They wanted to just do a check status on their immigration hearings. They're trying to follow the law. This is what we continue to hear from the left as part of their messaging on the topic. In point of fact, Senator Spartacus T-Bone Booker said precisely that on Meet the Press.
The reality is we see peaceful protests launching in Los Angeles. And again, any violence against police officers should not be accepted. Local authorities can handle that. But remember, a lot of these peaceful protests are being generated because the President of the United States is sowing chaos and confusion by arresting people who are showing up for their immigration hearings, who are trying to abide by the law.
Mm-hmm. The person here illegally who is trying to abide by the law. Yeah. Again,
all of a sudden it changed your heart now. The 11 people that they picked up were all, brutal history when it comes to crimes.
It doesn't even matter. It's an oxymoron with an emphasis on moron. A person who is here illegally who is trying to obey the law. Didn't we just have the Trump administration make an offer to people here illegally who are otherwise not public safety threats to self-deport, and then you have the prospect of coming back in legally?
Yeah, Christine Oman, we'll even pay for your deportation. We'll pay for the flight.
So just, again, layering on the things that they continue to say that are specious as they rationalize, and this is the key point, they rationalize violence for political ends because they are a class of thugs. And we're financing it. New York Post had the drop in L.A., but it's not limited to L.A. I mean, this is part of the Doge work. One of the groups leading the anti-ICE protests and rioting, I would add, in L.A. is a taxpayer-funded activist organization with ties to the Democratic Party, while another has links to the Chinese Communist Party. Of course they do. Yeah. Just like campus groups have linked to Islamist terrorist organizations. Why not? That's part of the left's coalition. The Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, CHIRLA, which received tens of millions of dollars in government grants during the Biden administration, staged a rally last week to denounce immigrations and customs enforcement arresting migrants across the city. According to financial records, CHIRLA has received nearly $34 million in government grants, mostly from the state of California, in the fiscal year ending 2023, which is a jump from the $12 million. That's annually. That was a jump from the $12 million that it received the previous year. That's what I'm talking about the using the NGOs to do informally what the government can't do formally until there's enough of these apparatchiks in government to do it formally. They received $450,000 in grants for quote-unquote citizenship, education, and training between October 21 and September 24 from Homeland Security, the very agency the group was protesting last week. Again, the ironies abound. And, of course, they have nothing to do with the violence. No, of course you don't. No, of course. Another group behind some of the protests, the Marxist Party for Socialism and Liberation.
I love that group, yeah.
That sounds like very similar to the group from which the individual charged with killing those two Israeli embassy workers was affiliated.
Yeah.
They played a part in the anti-Israel, I would call it, say, anti-Semitic protests at Columbia and was once associated with that suspected DC terrorist I just mentioned. Of course, they have ties to the Chinese Communist Party through funding from socialist billionaire. Is there anything more oxymoronic than the socialist billionaire? Neville Singham and his wife Jodie Evans, founder of the activist group Code Pink. They're a measured, thoughtful group. We've seen their antics.
They're not violent at all.
Screeching and hysterics and die-ins during congressional hearings and so on and so forth. Well, just so you know, when it comes to Illinois, don't be surprised because we are funding the same infrastructure here. We brought this to you last month. Centro de Trabajadores Unidos, $4 million to help illegals evade ICE here in Illinois. The United Workers Center, that's the translation, promises to, quote, build immigrant and worker power by working to advance systemic change that promotes racial, gender, and economic justice and stabilizes low-income micro communities and communities of color. This is how you get resources to your rank and file to keep them working 24/7 on subversion. And in 2025, the state of Illinois, your governor there, Pritzker, I love the focus on Newsom and Bass. Anybody want to focus on Pritzker and Johnson, especially Pritzker? $4 million in state taxpayer grants. State! Jeez. That's where Pritzker and Welch and Harmon are in charge. Anybody want to focus on them? So when the violence inevitably comes to Chicago along these lines, and it will, you know how your government used your money to fund political violence against you and police and the otherwise law-abiding.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on that very same line.
Roger DeKalb, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. So I can't help but noticing, watching a lot of the news coverage, that the daytime coverage for sure, where you can see people, it's like the overwhelming majority of the people on these front lines are women. Young women, middle-aged, older women. You look at that ramp when they're trying to clear in L.A., it's like the most violent, spitty, pitching stuff are women, and they're hauling them away. And I'm thinking, well, these must be college-educated women, and that's the group that supposedly for the last several decades has decided every election, and that's who you got to pursue. And it's like, how do you pursue somebody with that mentality?
You don't.
And I can't help think along the line of young men. If it was young men, you'd say, well, it's like a single-family home issue, but it's like, where do their morals and values come from? They come from higher education. It's like, so they have none. It's like,
well, they're trained in the college campuses. Yeah.
Thanks for the call. They're changing government K through 12 schools and then the college campuses.
I'm just telling. I'm so grateful that the Palestinian and Mexican flags have the same colors, because they could keep waving both, and then they're burning American flags. Please. I mean, I know the women that he's talking about too, but there's a lot of men there too, and everyone's got the scarf on. How do you pronounce it again? That Palestinian scarf.
The keffiyeh.
The keffiyeh.
Tom Homan took time out of his schedule to talk to NBC News, and here's what he had to say about the National Guard being out there to respond when the city of Los Angeles is slow to.
Go to these protests and see what's happening. We got protesters making threats against officers, assaulting officers. Now, just recently, in the last hour, we got protesters with Molotov cocktails. The protesters are purposely trying to overwhelm law enforcement, President Trump's being the National Guard. Again, I want to be clear, not just to protect the law enforcement officers, to protect this community, because people are going to get injured. I'm telling you, the rhetoric is so high against ICE officers in this city. It's a matter of time before someone gets seriously hurt.
You said killed earlier today.
Absolutely.
You believe that ICE might kill someone on the streets of L.A.?
What I said was, if this rhetoric continues and this violence continues, someone's going to lose their life. It's an anti-Trump agenda, anti-ICE agenda, and they're going to keep coming. But we got help coming, and we're going to do our job, and we're going to continue doing that job.
I mean, what do you think happens when you allow violence to go generally unresponded to? What do you think happens when you're standing by and watching people throw themselves in front of buses, federal buses, and law enforcement vehicles to try to stop operations? What do you think happens when you have, isn't the SCIU boss out there in LA who was arrested for interfering with an ICE operation interfering with federal law enforcement. What do you think happens when you have that level of disrespect for the rule of law and you express it through violence and looting? What do you think happens?
And by the way, Maxine Waters tried to get that ICE SCIU guy out of prison. She tried to break into the jail. It was hysterical watching her try. Yeah,
didn't work. They shut the door on her.
Yeah, shut the door on her.
Holman also had this to say about Gavin Newsom and his criticisms of Holman.
Every night I go to bed. Last time I went to bed, I prayed that my officers go home safe, and I prayed that the protesters would be safe. But when you cross that line and you cause this type of violence, it's only common sense. I've been doing this a long time. The rhetoric keeps rising and rising and rising. Someone's going to get hurt.
The governor's essentially saying the opposite, that the rhetoric and the escalation is coming from you.
Well, the governor, look, I have absolutely no respect in this governor. You know, I can say it again, he's an embarrassment to the state because criminal aliens are walking the streets of this state every day because of him and his policies. I don't care what the governor thinks of me. I'm not running a popularity contest.
And thank goodness for that. Tony and Roselle, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. You know, laws without repercussions are merely suggestions. And the path that the left is on is going to unwind society. And I think that's a part of their goal, some of these far-left organizations.
Correct. It is. Thanks for the call. Brian, Crown Point.
Dan and Amy, good morning. Nice to hear you guys every day. And my comment on this is, if I was to go to a foreign country without a passport and commit a crime, I'd be lucky to get out. And that seems to never get talked about.
Well, thanks for the call, Brian. I mean, it does. I'm less worried about doing comparative political systems with other nations and more concerned just about abiding our own political system, the rules of our own political system. That's what I'm more concerned about. I don't want to, I'm not really interested in mirroring Mexico or some other Western Europeans' political system. I'd like to just see us live up to the promise of ours. On the violence piece, this is an interesting post from Palmer Luckey. Palmer Luckey is one of these, tech guys. He did he was the point guy for the virtual reality Meta or Facebook offering back then, back when. But he's a successful tech entrepreneur. Just means he's a lucid thinker, and he is. About the National Guard deployments, since this is an issue the left is trying to make a big deal about. Divergence in opinion on National Guard deployments to L.A. is driven by disagreement on tolerable threshold versus baseline. How many buildings should burn every day without response? How many highways shut down? People killed, businesses looted, cars destroyed, fire departments overwhelmed? Almost everyone agrees the answer should be 0 and that local law enforcement should do their best to keep it there. That falls apart when a mayor refuses to enforce against or charge their political constituency, and worsens when they pledge to defy federal law. It puts most people in a position where they feel like they have to support military intervention, despite the near-term and short-term risks, because the only alternative available to them is accepting an intolerable baseline of violence and chaos. The number of people who explicitly want violence is tiny, minuscule, but there's a sizable contingent that is willing to tolerate almost any level of ongoing violence that happens to support that particular political ends. And that is the group condemning National Guard deployments. It all comes down to where you think the line that justifies federal intervention is. And for too many, that line is purely political. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's exactly right. If Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom were serious about peace on the streets of L.A., then there would be no need for the National Guard to be deployed. We wouldn't be talking about it.
But they're
because they are not, and because they are unwilling to enforce the laws against their political constituency, as Palmer Luckey says, you're left with this. This is the way that we have to live up to our first responsibility, which is to provide for the safety of our constituency, and that is a responsibility of the federal government in addition to the state and local. So when state and local abrogate, what is a president to do? And this is frankly the same thing we saw in the 50s and 60s with the National Guard being called out to enforce desegregation. because the state and local states and localities were refusing to enforce settled law.
And it's weird because Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass are watching these videos, but as you mentioned, they're rationalizing violence for political ends. But here's Governor Newsom responding to Tom Homan's comment.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said to me yesterday he did not rule out literally arresting you, nor Mayor Bass, if you interfere in his work. He said you hadn't yet.
He's a tough guy. Why doesn't he do that? He knows where to find me. But you know what? Let your hands off 4-year-old girls that are trying to get educated. Let your hands off these poor people that are just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting.
Yeah.
So, Tom, arrest me.
You are exhausting.
Well,
God,
that's not what Tom Homan said. Tom Homan said if they violate the law, and he was specifically asked, "Has Karen Bass violated the law?" No, not to my knowledge. So it's an if. That's all we're saying.
Not I'm going to come and get you.
And so, Gavin Newsom, if you can go with that fact-free moral indignation. But the good news is, with the Trump administration, you have effective spokespeople like Homan and others who are providing information on a rolling basis, publicizing the people that they have detained and or are processing for removal, like they did last week with the ICE operation here, with all the hue and cry from the similarly situated politicians here. And the bottom line is, once all the bloviating, to borrow from Newsom, and hysteria and performative antics is done, it's a simple thought. The people that we took into custody in Chicago, for example, all had final orders of removal entered against them. So they had their day in court, if you will, and they are not in this country illegally. There is no checking into their status. Their status has been determined by. That's how it is. And that's where a majority of Americans are. So the Trump administration needs to just continue putting the Tom Homans of the world out there, continue to explain what they're doing, why they're doing it, and to whom they're doing it. And if if the American people want to buy the bull jive of a Gavin Newsom or any of these other politicians of the left, well, that's their choice. But I just don't think they're making the sale. I really don't. Danny in Virginia.
Hey, guys. Number one, the psychology of what they're doing is fascinating. This is total CIA kind of stuff. And the reason I say that is, remember, Karen Bass was a member of the National Endowment for Democracy. And they've got their icky little hands in pretty much everything. So take that what you will.
Thanks for the call, Danny.
Dan, we got a text message. Dan and Amy, it's the Summer of Love Volume 2.
It is.
California style.
Brian, Evansville, Indiana.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to say a quick couple of things. Looking at California, at that situation over the weekend, I saw more Mexican and Venezuelan and Palestinian flags than I saw more than American flags. It's almost like that's no longer American territory no more. You might have to send Sherman and Grant in like you did in Georgia and reconquer California, because it's no longer an American territory no more. And people don't realize President Eisenhower had to send 101 Airborne Division into Arkansas so black kids can go to school.
Right.
So I think we got a serious problem with some of these blue states. You might have to reconquer them or kick California out of America, because American value, they're no longer American territory.
And that's why you live in Evansville, Indiana, Brian.
Man, I ran out of Chicago as soon as I got $5. Thanks for hearing me.
Oh, you're the best, Brian. We'd love to hear from you. Call back anytime.
Ran out of Chicago as soon as I had $5.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com. All right, the big focus in America now is your health, and you're determined to look beyond pills and steroids and surgery to feel your best, right? Well, I want to talk to the person who is in pain right now. Listen up. Or maybe it's someone that you love that has chronic pain due to arthritis or an injury. They've done everything they told you to do. The pain just keeps coming back. You're exhausted. But guess what? Don't give up. QC Kinetics can be the answer. QC Kinetics is different, folks. These are not quick fixes. This is a revolutionary treatment that works to give your body long-term relief. Now you'll meet with medical director Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team. They'll explain how their regenerative treatments take your body's own healing power and helps restore damaged tissue. They've helped tens of thousands of people. No masking the pain. They're going after the very source of it. So say goodbye to chronic pain and live your best life. Find out if you're a candidate because the consultations are free. Appointments are on weekdays and Saturdays. So here's what you do. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
6:36 in our latest edition of Sports and Politics. Olympic gymnast Simone Biles goes after Riley Gaines on men playing women's sports. You think the argument is settled? Hardly. 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 58 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The feud between the president and Elon Musk is exploding online after Elon took aim at Trump's big so-called beautiful bill earlier this week. The back and forth escalated Thursday with Musk posting that Trump couldn't have won the election without his help. He even backed the idea of impeaching Trump and replacing him with J.D. Vance. Accused Trump of being linked to the Epstein files and threatened to pull SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft, the only U.S. vehicle flying astronauts to the space station. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is calling for ICE detention oversight after illegals at a Miami detention center sent out an SOS message.
Caucus Chair Adriano Espaillat of New York called the conditions at the facility a crisis and said they're going to hold the for-profit prison detention centers accountable. He said Congress must determine if migrants' due process rights are being dramatically and boldly violated. CHC members say they refuse to allow the Trump administration to tear families apart by locking up parents married to American citizens. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
This news update is quickly delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Why are you sitting in Friday traffic? Time is money. When you need your important items delivered quickly, Quick Delivery Service will be there to pick it up and take it to its destination. Go to quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
It's almost time for AM 560's annual golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And once again, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation as they support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. It's all happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. Enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Planning a wedding is a monumental task. After months and months of preparation, on your wedding day, you have a lot to think about. The flowers, the catering, the bridal party, the DJ, the seating chart. It can be overwhelming, and no one wants all of that stress to take away from the joy of the moment. That's why you need a wedding photographer you can trust to capture those important moments so that no matter what happens on your wedding day, you'll have those memories to enjoy for years to come. For over 30 years, brides and their families have trusted Tom Kaloran Photography with their wedding days. This locally owned family business will make sure you have lasting memories to share for years to come. Tom Kaloran Photography is the official photographer for AM 560 The Answer. To learn more and to see their portfolio, just visit TomKaloranPhotography.com. That's KILLORAN Photography.com. Or call them at 708-361-0025. Tom Kaloran Photography, capturing important life moments for over 30 years.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes, outbound 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 15 minutes, outbound about 34 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 19 minutes, outbound about 17 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 20 minutes, outbound is about 16 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Byrne interchange, about 13 minutes. This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and some clouds. It'll be breezy for today. Afternoon thunder shower. Could see some small hail. The high 74. Partly cloudy, smoky evening for those wildfires in Canada, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance, arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. In this edition of Sports and Politics, I hope we have time to get to Angel Reese, too. But
she's so stunning in her clothes.
We start with Simone Biles and Riley Gaines. So Riley Gaines responding to this post on X over the weekend. Meet Champlain Park, the Class 4A softball state champions for 2025 in Minnesota. And as we told you a week or so ago, the star pitcher on that Champlain Park girls softball team is a boy. He threw 2 shutouts against the defending state champions, and then I guess in the state final he threw another shutout. Riley Gaines comments off, LOL, comments off on this post. I wonder why. To be expected when your star player is a boy. So that's what she tweeted, did Riley Gaines, about this boy playing girls sports. To which Simone Biles, the Olympic gold medalist, responded, "You're truly sick. All of this campaigning because you lost a race. Straight up, sore loser. You should be uplifting the trans community and perhaps finding a way to make sports inclusive or creating a new avenue where trans feel safe in sports, maybe a transgender category in all caps, sports. But instead you bully them. One thing's for sure is no one in sports is safe with you around, 5 exclamation points. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Well, what say you to Simone Biles?
Well, I was disappointed because I thought she was different. I expected, she's a celebrated Olympic gymnast, married to a Chicago Bear. I just thought that if she was going to dive into this world of trans, that she'd be supported because, Dan, it's not if, it is when a trans woman is going to enter gymnastics. And that's already happened. That's how this whole thing started at Fremd High School. The male, identifying as a female, took a spot away from a female gymnast at District 211. And that's how this whole thing with locker room started and sharing the locker room and all that. But shame on her. She knows, too. She's been practicing and getting up early and staying late for practices her whole life. Exactly what Riley Gaines has been doing. One's on the gym mat, one's in a swimming pool. And I thought she'd be more supportive of women athletes. So that's why I was a little disappointed.
She went on to say, Simone Biles, bully someone your own size, which would ironically be a male. Riley Gaines is like 5'5".
She's beautiful.
A buck. I don't know. Maybe she's a $120. Maybe.
Maybe. But she's had to have some butch body, blonde beach butch body.
Well, it's sort of.
She's no Marjorie Taylor Greene. No.
It's sort of ironic because, as was pointed out by many, Simone Biles has participated in campaigns and activities that sort of undermine the position she is now parroting in the direction of Riley Gaines. First of all, on body positivity.
A question I wish people would stop asking me is, how tall are you? Are you going to grow? I'm not going anywhere. I'm 4'8". I'm stuck. I'm Simone Biles, and I love my body. Because it helps with gymnastics, and it teaches younger girls to love their bodies as well. I think I've learned to love my muscles a lot more than when I was younger. I got made fun of for my arms a lot. Some people would say mean things. They used to call me a soldier. At the time, it didn't make me feel the best, so I wore sweaters or jackets all year long. Now I show off my arms all the time. To me, healthy body image is when you feel confident with yourself in and out. To body shamers, what do you say? I feel like if you love your body, then that's all you can do, so it doesn't matter what anybody else says. So I think they have to learn to fall in love with themselves. And I think it's out of jealousy sometimes.
Yeah, out of jealousy sometimes. So maybe it's you're jealous of Riley Gaines tapping out at 5'5" as opposed to your 4'8". I don't know. What's with this body shaming?
Catfight. Text message, Dan and Amy. Simone quit the Olympics because she couldn't handle the pressure. She came back, but that's the very definition of a loser.
No, I don't agree. We went through that whole Simone Biles thing when she bowed out, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree that she quit.
She was a victim of that Larry Nassar. I don't even want to say his name.
Well, yeah,
Nassar.
well, it's interesting because she testified against Larry Nassar, the man who molested all those USA gymnasts, female gymnasts. But then, as some people pointing out, but when it comes to predatory men, maybe not in the same way, but certainly it's open to the possibility. When it comes to predatory men in women's spaces, how do you square that circle? This is her congressional testimony.
I am also a survivor of sexual abuse, and I believe without a doubt that the circumstances that led to my abuse and allowed it to continue are directly the result of the fact that the organizations created by Congress to oversee and protect me as an athlete, USA Gymnastics and the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee failed to do their jobs. I don't want another young gymnast, Olympic athlete, or any individual to experience the horror that I and hundreds of others have endured before, during, and continuing to this day in the wake of the Larry Nassar abuse. To be clear,
take your time.
To be clear, I blame Larry Nassar, and I also blame an entire system that enabled and perpetrated his abuse.
Right. So it's not the same thing. Boys playing girls' sports is not the same thing as a man sexually abusing girls. However, when you put people who are having mental health issues, men or boys in girls' spaces, bad things can happen, including sexual abuse. We know this from, the Loudoun County High School situation where that girl was raped by a boy pretending to be a girl who was moved from high school to high school.
And did it again at the second high school where they moved him to.
And other such instances. So the point is this. The point is men in girls' spaces where they don't belong. That's the overriding point. It's funny, the whole, a trans category. I mean, she just hasn't thought through this. And anybody who says that, let's just have a category for trans people.
I'm so sick of hearing that.
Doesn't understand the point. And the point is, have you talked to the trans advocates?
They don't want that.
No, not that they don't want it. They won't tolerate it. Because the position is this. A boy pretending to be a girl is the same thing as a girl. And you can't get around it. And they can offer all of the DEIB rhetoric they want, and they can emote on social media to their heart's content and offer all of their sentimental sophistry, and it all boils down to this. They want society to, and they demand society adopt a position that a boy pretending to be a girl is the same thing as a girl. A man pretending to be a woman is the same thing as a woman. That is the question that is put to all of us to make a decision. So now a bunch of other former athletes and people adjacent to pro athletics weighing in on this. Former NFL place kicker Jay Feely, who's running for Congress in Arizona, he backed Riley Gaines' play, as did Sage Steele. Sage Steele, the former ESPN broadcaster. Beautiful. She said, easy to say this, Simone Biles, when you only had to compete against fellow women. Every one of your Olympic medals came competing against fellow women. Riley Gaines was not forced to compete against a man, but forced to share a locker room. Not only forced to compete against a man, but forced to share a locker room with that man. That is sick. Shocked and disappointed that you'd attack another woman who had done nothing but uplift other women. If you think it makes sense to create a league for trans people, go for it. Use that huge platform of yours. But to attack Riley for what she has done for little girls who want to be the next Simone Biles is sick. Yeah.
And people who talk to about creating a trans league, come on. I mean, I know the trans advocates don't want that, but also, too, you don't have enough trans to field a team anyway.
It is not a matter of practicality. It's a matter of principle, and that's where it should stay.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line.
Sage Steele. Really interesting. I didn't know this about Sage Steele, but a newfound, I mean, I always liked her. Newfound respect for her and everything about the Steele family. Her father and mother, the family, are the subject of an NFL Films, because it turns out that her father, Colonel Gary Steele of West Point, was the first black football player at West Point.
Really?
And this is what they learned from Colonel Gary Steele. First, a little background.
My dad and my godfather were stationed at West Point in 1942. All black unit. What their job was, it was to train the horses and then to take them down to where the cadets rode. For them to move around the academy and there's nobody that looks like them at all. For them to be in the stands, September 1966, the first game, I was starting at tight end. For those two Buffalo Soldiers, that was a special moment. Starting the first, I just can't imagine what their feelings were.
He was the first black football player at West Point. Dad is so humble, he would never talk about it. We'd ask him about games. It's like, yeah, you know, I played football and I enjoyed it.
Truly, I was just another player.
That's Gary, and then you heard from Chad, one of his two sons. This will all come around here in a second. Sage and Chad Steele, on how they were raised.
Do you know it?
Do I know the cadet prayer? My kids know the cadet prayer. We all know, yes, Lord, help me to choose the harder right, not the easier wrong, and to never tell a half-truth when the whole can be one. And I think I got it exactly. I'm sure my dad will let me know.
Make us choose the harder right instead of the easier wrong, and never be content with a half-truth when the whole can be one. As long as I can remember, that was in our lives. Something would happen in the house. Sage would blame me, I would blame Courtney, and my parents would call me in and, okay, what happened? Well, I don't know. Chad, harder right, easier wrong. Okay, I broke the vase.
Courtney is the other brother. The harder right or the easier wrong? So that's what Sage Steele did when she essentially threw away her career in sports broadcasting because she wouldn't comply with the COVID mandates that were imposed by Disney on ESPN employees, remember?
Oh, I remember.
And that's what Sage Steele is doing now when she is willing to speak about the harder right, particularly in her world, when it comes to boys or men participating or invading the spaces of girls and women. The harder right or the easier wrong. It's such a great formulation. And by the way, if you don't think that Gary Steele lived the cadet code, listen to this piece. Incredible guy. It's an incredible person who can be so decent in the face of indecency. Gary Cole is married to Mona. She's a white woman, and her parents disapproved of the marriage and wouldn't speak to her or Gary. And this is how Colonel Gary Steele dealt with it.
There were many things that were said about what a relationship with a black husband would be and how you would end up being treated, etc. And so how are her parents going to know she's okay? So I believe it was once a month.
Once a month.
And once a month I would pen a letter. Here's where we are, here's what's going on, here's what we're doing together. Never received a return letter.
they were always really nice letters. I mean, I questioned him every month. I'd say, I don't know why you're doing that. I do not know why you're doing this because they'll never write you or anything. And he'd say, they need to know you're okay. All right.
It was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It was to prove a point. You know, I am taking good care of this young woman. I am doing the right thing.
So 6 years of letter writing, and then Colonel Gary Cole, met Mona, his wife's father.
He says, Gary, in his voice, you know, he says, Gary, I'd like to just forget this and move forward from here. And I guess there was a little bit of a burr under my saddle there. And I said to him, I said, Duke, I said, I can never forget the last 6 years because I had to live this. But this is day one of our relationship, and we go forward from here.
Being steel means being strong.
Incredible. I obviously very much encourage you to watch this NFL film on Colonel Gary Steele and his family. Incredible. But the takeaway, and how relevant is this to our discussion about everything, particularly in Chicagoland? The harder right versus the easier wrong. Boy, it's easy to say. It's very difficult to do. And Colonel Steele, did that in the most difficult of circumstances, I would say, both at West Point and in his family life with his wife and the in-laws, just to set an example for his kids who are now living it clearly. Sage certainly is.
Yep.
The harder right versus the easier wrong.
She's living up to the values that he taught them, and he still instilled in them. So
Bob and Waukegan.
That's what we all want.
I'm coming. Sorry, catching my drive. I'm listening to you. With the Simone Biles thing, she's just a little bit ignorant. Just because you're a world-class gymnast doesn't mean you're a world-class thinker. On the other hand, you're a world-class thinker and not a world-class gymnast.
That's true. Yes.
Just figured I'd throw that in there.
Thanks for the call.
Wait a second.
Go ahead.
There's a reason why they don't have the Iron Cross in women's gymnastics. They don't do the rings. You know, those guys flip up there and hold that cross position. There's no way a woman could do that for as many seconds, and it's just incredible. So, people are just ignorant. That's all I got to say.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Well, you're right about that. And actually, there's video of Simone Biles trying to do some of the moves that a male gymnast does with her on the same mat. He goes first, then she tries it. She can't do it, and she's one of the great female gymnasts of all time. So it's true. Somebody else texted, Simone Biles is pregnant right now. I wonder if her attitude will change if she has a girl.
Oh.
Corey in Florida.
Yeah, Dan, Amy, Sage Steele last week was named by Governor Mike Braun of Indiana to our Indiana University Board of Trustees.
Oh, good.
And we finally have a conservative on the IU. I'm an IU alum on our Board of Trustees, finally, thanks to Mike Braun, the great Indiana governor.
Excellent.
Good.
Thanks, Corey.
I just got the chills. That's awesome.
Enlightened pick by Braun. Very good. Michael, Southside.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Thank you both for taking my call. I don't know if either of you saw Nancy Armour's rather unhinged column praising Simone Biles for the attack on Riley Gaines.
I don't eat paste, so I don't read Nancy Armour.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, though.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just rather unhinged and rather terrible. Just overly praising Simone Biles. And I'm just wondering, what is Nancy Armour going to say now that Riley Gaines found the old tweet of Biles complaining about men and women's sports?
Yeah, right. Thanks for the call.
How long ago was that?
Deborah, Arlington
Didn't
Heights.
age well.
Good morning. So with
Simone or any of the other people and the ideology. My bottom line thing is that they all try to hijack the role of God, and that's where the thing ends for me. Simple as that.
Thanks, Deborah.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're looking to purchase a loved one's home after they passed away, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Pam wanted to purchase her grandmother's $400,000 home after she passed away, which was left to Pam's father, Ted, and her Aunt Betty. Ted listens to my show and wanted to forego his half of the equity of his mom's home and sell Pam the home for $200,000. Bad move. I recommended Pam purchase the home for $400,000 and get a gift of equity from her father, Ted, for $200,000, which enabled Pam to purchase the home with a lower rate and no money out of her pocket. Let's review. I helped Pam purchase her grandmother's home without having to bring a penny to the closing and secure a lower rate. Team Hochberg's helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 112-4061.
Are you planning to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or whole home? Explore why homeowners call Forever Remodeling the remodeling machine. With over 2,000 completed projects, our expert designers, project managers, and installers work together like clockwork, delivering stunning results on time and on budget. From creative design to detailed installation, we build beautiful, functional spaces without the stress. Call Forever Remodeling today at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com to schedule your free in-home design consultation.
AM 560, The Answer.
By the way, say a prayer for Colonel Gary Steele. He is a prostate cancer survivor now battling multiple myeloma.
Oh.
But anyway, check out that film. What a dude.
I can't wait to see it. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
7:07, we'll talk Ukraine and span the globe of war-torn areas with Stephen Bucci as we do our weekly conversation, 7:07.
It is now 7 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
Things really escalated in Los Angeles. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, on the third day of immigration raid protests. And some of them in masks clashed with law enforcement.
When the protesters came out in their thousands here in downtown LA and things really became chaotic and extremely violent. At one point, the protesters took over parts of the 101 freeway, which goes right through the heart of downtown. They were setting on fire some of those Waymo vehicles. Those are the self-driving robo-taxis that are a common sight on the streets of Los Angeles these days.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt in downtown LA, which is now declared an unlawful assembly area with National Guard troops
guarding the Metropolitan Detention Center, where protesters believe some of those caught up in the raids over the last few days are still being held.
President Trump deployed that National Guard and has Marines on standby.
We got to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
But LA's Mayor Karen Bass and California Governor Gavin Newsom, both Democrats, don't want the National Guard troops, claiming the president made things worse. Newsom says he's acting like a dictator. President Trump's new travel ban takes effect today for 12 countries. It's a total restriction, including Afghanistan, Iran, and Yemen, on concern they don't properly vet those who'd come here. 7 other countries have partial restrictions, including Venezuela and Cuba. Drama outside of Gaza. Climate activist Greta Thunberg claims she was kidnapped by Israel when the boat she was on, carrying food and aid to Palestinians in Gaza, which Israel's blockaded, was intercepted.
Israel's foreign ministry says the activists are making their way safely to Israel, where they'll be shown a video of the attack by Hamas on October 7th, 2023. It's branded the venture a selfie yacht carrying less than 1 truckload of aid.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. A new round of U.S.-China trade talks about to get underway now in London. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 60 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A Freeport man is charged in connection to the accidental shooting of a Chicago police officer last week will remain in custody. Adrian Rucker appeared in court yesterday on multiple charges, including armed violence, possession of a fraudulent ID, and possession of a firearm without an FOID card. Prosecutors say that Officer Crystal Riviera and her partner were chasing a suspect Thursday night into an apartment building on the south side when her partner found Rucker standing behind a sofa with a pistol. Rucker's accused of pointing the gun at her partner, who opened fire but mistakenly hit Riviera as she chased the original suspect. She died of a single gunshot wound to the back. An investigation is underway after a man was found shot to death in a vehicle with a young child in the back seat in the South Shore neighborhood. Police say the man was found Saturday night slumped over the wheel of a vehicle with a gunshot wound to his right arm in the 2000 block of East 79th Street. He was pronounced dead at the hospital. A 4-year-old boy who was in the back seat of the vehicle wasn't harmed. The NTSB is investigating a deadly plane crash over the weekend in DeKalb County. Authorities say the small aircraft went down Saturday in a field just west of Hinckley Airfield. The pilot, James Baer of Maple Park, was pronounced dead at the scene, while a 3-year-old passenger was hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries. The child was a relative of the pilot. News is a service of Low T Center. Guys, are you or your spouse looking to lose weight in time for summer? Head over to any Synergix or Low T Center for prescription weight loss treatment options, including semaglutide. If you qualify for treatment, you can get a free B12 shot when you start. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Larry Elder isn't happy with where some of his tax dollars end up.
Half of the taxpayers in America are conservative, but 100% of taxpayer dollars that go to Harvard go from conservatives and liberals. And if Harvard hires professors, obviously because of their viewpoint, and I am supporting Harvard through my taxpayer dollars, whether it's for research or for student loans, I have a problem with that.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Here are some of the testimonials of Virago users.
Hello, my name is Jim Thompson. I started taking Virago about 1.5 years ago. I was diagnosed with a heart condition, and in fact, I was at the Cleveland Clinic applying for one of their trials. The bad news is that I was not accepted for the trial. The good news is that my heart was healthier than they wanted, and I believe that's a result of taking Virago. I can also attest that I have not had the flu or COVID since I started taking Virago, I could definitely attest to my satisfaction with staying healthy by taking Virago every day.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com.
And use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
This is Hugh Hewitt for townhall.com. It was on January 5 of this year when President Trump, on my Salem program, said his preference was for, quote, one big, beautiful bill, close quote. And thus he started a snowball rolling down Congressional Hill that has gathered momentum and should be on his desk. Perhaps by July 4, certainly not later than Labor Day. Trump willed H.R. 1 into being the way he willed his return to the Oval Office, by speaking clearly and repeatedly about what had to be done. Turns out the commander-in-chief is also the closer-in-chief. The president worked closely with Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, and Majority Whip Emmer, and got what he promised on the campaign trail last year in it, including no taxes on tips and no tax on overtime. Now he'll help Senate Majority Leader Thune, Whip Barrasso, and Conference Chair Tom Cotton in the Senate pilot H.R. 1 through the narrows of that body. All the Senate has to do is polish up H.R. 1, and the Congress can go home for a well-earned summer vacation.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 30 minutes. About 45 minutes outbound. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 28 minutes. Outbound, 21 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 32 minutes. Outbound, about 25 minutes. On the Dan Ryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 15 minutes. Outbound, about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save, on average, 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and clouds, afternoon thunder shower today. Look for the high at 74. Could get some gusty winds with that. Partly cloudy for tonight. Smoke from some of those Canadian wildfires, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow in the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, Ukrainian President Zelensky on ABC this week. Martha Raddatz sitting down to interview Zelensky, and he had this to say about Putin and Putin's penchant for peace and Trump's understanding of Putin versus his.
President Trump told our Terry Moran in an interview, a recent interview, that he does believe Putin wants peace. You think he's wrong? With all due respect to President Trump, Zelensky says, I think it's just his personal opinion. Trust me, we understand the Russians much better, the mentality of the Russians, than the Americans understand the Russians. I know for sure Putin doesn't want to stop the war.
Okay. Well, if that's true, if that's his present posture, then the question becomes what needs to be done to get him to move in a direction he doesn't otherwise want to move. And by the way, Zelensky doesn't understand Trump as much as he might think he does, because I don't think Trump is confused about Putin. I think Trump's play is to offer ingratiating rhetoric as the means to open the door to getting a deal done. Doesn't mean he doesn't understand who Putin is. And he's not the first president that has minced words when it comes to brutal dictators in order to act in furtherance of peace or America's interests. So it's a little, they think Trump is being Pollyannish when in point of fact, the D.C. press corps and perhaps Zelensky are the ones who are a bit naive when it comes to Trump. For more on this, Stephen Bucci served America for 3 decades as an Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's always my pleasure to be on the show. Thank you for having me back.
Your reaction to Zelensky and his understanding of Putin?
Well, I think Zelensky is probably accurate from his standpoint of Putin. I mean, if I was the president of Ukraine and was, taking rockets in every day and, hearing, oh yeah, we'll go to the peace talks and then more rockets come in, I'd be a little skeptical of him too.
Well,
but
yeah.
I do agree 100% with your analysis that he doesn't really understand how Trump works. Clearly, very few people in the Washington press corps or the national media in general really understand him. They're constantly grasping their pearls and swooning because oh my God, he said this, but now he's saying that. Oh, how could he do that? He's making deals. And what's funny is he's doing it as he goes along. I mean, there's some good evidence that his way of negotiating with people has good effect for America, but they just can't get themselves to think that. So hopefully, you and I are right, and that's what Trump is doing. And hopefully he'll make some progress to getting peace. Now, I have to say, it's not a guarantee. Every president that has been in office since Putin has been in power, frankly, has thought they could negotiate with Putin. That, no, I got him. President Bush, George W. said, I looked into his eyes and I saw his soul.
Yeah.
And, it didn't work. Obama thought he was his best buddy. He's making, off-mic deals that get caught by the mic. Hey, just tell Vlad, be patient. Once I get reelected, we'll be able to do some more deals on that missile defense stuff. And Putin has screwed every one of them. But, America's responsibility to try and do things in a manner that causes the least death and destruction around the world. So that's what Trump is trying to do here. And I think we should give him an opportunity to at least work it before people start crying, getting out the pitchforks and torches and saying, well, either he bombs Moscow or he's out of here. No, come on. You don't want to go to war with Moscow right now or any other time.
Is there any evidence that, or even scuttlebutt, that there is progress towards backing Putin down?
I have not heard any insider chatter about that. I think what most of us are coming to at least the impression is that Trump is going to keep trying. He's going to give Putin the rope to hang himself, basically, and then put the screws to him. When they cross that line, Trump has not articulated, nor do I think he should publicly. He's playing the game. We need to watch him, but he is not Pollyanna about anything. So really think it's kind of naive on the part of the press corps to think, well, they know better. Of course, they could talk to the Vindman brothers and say, well, they should listen to us, us retiring lieutenant colonels. We should be in charge of the world. No offense. That's such crap. Trump does know what the heck he's doing. Will it work out? We'll see. But I think I'd go with his instincts more than I would, Martha Raddatz.
Is there finally a recognition in Western Europe with our NATO allies that they have to do more? I asked that against the backdrop of NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte proposing that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP in defense investment, which is up from 2%, which is up from 3.5%, and now we're at 5% now. None of those countries, including no NATO country, including the U.S., is near 5% at this point. But it says something about what the European nations think they need to do to provide for their own security when they're talking about that sort of ratcheting up of spend, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. This was when he made that announcement. There were a bunch of us who followed NATO for a long time. We kind of looked and went, that's an interesting idea. Now he's being kind of creative because what he's really saying is 3% for what he calls hard defense, artillery, tanks, airplanes, that sort of thing, and another 2% on defense-related stuff, in which he puts cyber into that bucket, which is huge because cyber has effect not just in defense and security, but in business and those kind of things as well. But I think that would be great if they would spend 3% on hard defense and another 2% on those other things, logistics and cyber. That would be a huge home run for NATO and for the defense of the West. So I hope that's not just some, he's not running for office, but like a campaign promise, non-Trump campaign promise, by the way. And it's real, and he's now going to take his bully pulpit as the Secretary General to push the countries to do that. I think that would be superb.
Speaking of inscrutable adversaries, trade talks can restart in London today between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. What do you understand about the current stability of Xi's tenure as the top dog in the Politburo? I mean, do you sort of the same thing we're talking about in the context of Putin and peace? We could talk about with Xi and peace, or even sort of trade relations combined with peace. Peace usually being a predicate to trade. Just your understanding of the position that regime is in currently, and what we can expect in terms of any deal that we would have confidence the Chinese Communist Party would abide.
The regime, as far as I can tell, is about as stable as a communist regime is ever going to be. They still hold all of the levers of power and are more than willing to use it to maintain that control. That said, the foundation of the Chinese Communist Party today is on their economy and on their ability to feed the now growing expectations of the power brokers in China. Not every Chinese citizen, has a life any better than their grandparents did, but there's a lot of them who do, and they're the ones who have some influence in the power circles. And that economy is not as strong as we thought it was, say, 5-6 years ago. It's not growing as fast. I'm not saying it's collapsing at this moment, but they're feeling some pressure. And Trump is not playing their game. He's no longer sitting there like Biden did and go, you can't mess with China, man. We're too dependent on them. We just need to cave in and do what they want us to do. And there may have been other rationales for that in the Biden administration. As we know, the connections there were kind of deep and probably, involved envelopes full of money going back and forth. But Trump's not doing that, and he's calling them on it. He's pushing them, and I think that makes Xi and his buddies a little nervous because they realize Trump could hurt them economically. And if that economy starts to deteriorate much more, they are going to potentially, turn into, Gorbachev. And while we revere Gorbachev, he wasn't trying to be a nice guy. Gorbachev was, trying to stay in power.
Yes.
And it didn't work. He then tried to make a silk purse out of the sow's ear. But I'm not sure Xi has that in him. I think there might be some internal conflict, and then we'll see where it goes from that. But so I think Xi for now nobody's going to, shoot him in the back of the head tomorrow, but he is worried. There's some sweat on his brow about the economy and about Trump. So we'll have to see how far Trump pushes them and whether they do something nutty to try and counteract it, like attack Taiwan. I sure hope that's not what. But we do have to watch. Dictators do desperate things when they feel threatened. But I don't think Trump's trying to bait him to that. Trump's trying to get them to play fair economically, and that makes them nervous because the only way they've developed the economy they have has been by massively cheating and screwing people. So we'll have to wait and see where it goes.
I wouldn't say we revere Gorbachev. I wouldn't. At least speaking for myself.
Today,
yes.
Today, there's a lot of people in the West who think he was a great guy because he ended communism.
No,
he ended communism because it was falling apart around him.
He did it accidentally, as you said. Perestroika and Glasnost were an attempt to preserve the Soviet Union, not to open it up. I mean, it was opening up, the opening up for the point of preservation. He just didn't understand what he was unleashing because, he's a central planner who suffers the fatal conceit like all of these central planners. But I digress. I wanted to get to something else too. I mean, this is, political violence here, and it's important, generally speaking, as well as perhaps more important specifically, because Secretary of State Rubio has put a particular emphasis on South America and the United States' hegemony in the hemisphere and what that entails and where there are opportunities to partner with Central and South American countries, particularly like, say, Argentina. But in Colombia over the weekend, there was an attempted assassination of Miguel Uribe, who was the conservative candidate running for president against the Marxist Petro. And Rubio talked about the rhetoric and the direction of Uribe and conservatives. He was shot in the head. The latest report is that he survived surgery, but it's touch and go. The importance of countries like Colombia not descending into political and cartel-sponsored violence, once again, the same sort of concerns we have about our neighbor to the south, Mexico.
Yeah, it's, for years, people, when we thought of South America, that's where we came up with the words Banana Republic, and not the store, the concept. It was inherently unstable. And that was unfortunate because they're right on our doorstep. And, if you look at the history, we may have contributed to some of that. We have been playing very well with Latin America more recently. We've been a positive influence down there for stability, trying to help some of these countries get out from under particularly left-wing dictators. I don't want to see them ascend again into that sort of instability and constant change is not helpful. It doesn't help the development for that region. And we have a big dog in that fight. There are neighbors to the south, and the more unstable they are, the more trouble we have with people wanting to flood into our country. And now that we're not allowing that anymore, we've kind of put the cork back in the champagne bottle, which doesn't work that well. You need a special cap for champagne, just put the old cork back in it. And right now it's getting fizzy again. So we've got to watch that and stay engaged positively. So I think Rubio is correct to give them probably more attention than we may have in the past. But he's got to keep his eye on the whole world. He's got the big ball to keep track of, and that's a tough task. But he's doing a way better job than I thought he was going to do, to be honest.
Okay. A report released by the Department of Defense found that an Air Force colonel visited a bar in Area 51, near Area 51 in the 1980s, and provided the owner fabricated material depicting flying saucers around the highly classified military base. The Pentagon reportedly ran a disinformation campaign internally on American citizens in an attempt to hide the development of the F-117 Nighthawk, the world's first ever stealth warplane. They report that concluded the Pentagon used the spreading of false information because they believed it was the most effective route to conceal the cutting-edge technology under development from the Soviet Union back in the 80s. And the question is more general about, the propriety of Pentagon-sponsored disinformation campaigns that beget conspiracy theories that persist for time immemorial, regardless of whether there's any evidentiary basis or not, like around Area 51, like around Little Green Men. I mean, Tucker Carlson talks about it. I understand the need to try to misdirect our enemies, but can we misdirect our enemies without gaslighting the American public?
That's the problem. In the past, you might have been able to do that. They always said the CIA put stuff in papers overseas, but they don't do it domestically. Well, I'm sorry, the news today, all news is potentially global. So you could put something in a paper in Budapest, and it's going to pop up via the internet back in the United States anyway. So I think that probably seemed like a pretty benign way to confuse our enemies and not hurt our citizens. As we've found out, when you lie to our citizens, regardless of your intent, it has negative effects. So I'll be honest with you, in all the time I spent in the Pentagon, nobody ever talked about the, UFOs or anything like that around me. And I was around the Secretary of Defense all the time. Now, if they were doing that, it's silly now, and it should come out and say, look, yeah, this was disinformation. It was focused on the Soviets. We're really sorry all the rest of you got confused. Now, nobody's going to believe that now. They're going to think that's a cover-up.
Right.
But I've been to Area 51, or actually not in Area 51. I was right next to it in a place called the Nevada Test Site, which is where in the old days we developed, our nuclear weapons, and we use it as a training area now. So I could see Area 51 from where I was. And I didn't see any weird aircraft floating around or anything else. That was when I was a commander in Special Forces. We had all the clearances. Nobody ever talked to us about that, even though we talked about a lot of classified stuff. It had nothing to do with UFOs. So I don't know the truth of all that yet. I think we'll eventually find it out. But look, American people are not stupid. Our government shouldn't treat them as if they're stupid or childlike who need to be managed. I think that's a part of people in power, and it almost always has negative blowback.
Stephen Bucci served America for 3 decades as an Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thank you as always.
It's my pleasure, guys. Have a great week, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we'll talk to former Chicago Police Lieutenant John Greta about the shooting death of Crystal Rivera. as well as the wellness protocol for Chicago police officers. That's at 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 60 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump is reportedly planning to extend the deadline for a TikTok sale again.
That's according to the Wall Street Journal, which cited people familiar with the latest plan. This would be the third extension granted by Trump since he retook office in January. TikTok's Chinese owner must sell the popular video sharing app or it will face a ban in the U.S. The current deadline is June 19th. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Hunter Biden dropped a lawsuit against Fox News on Friday that accused the network of unlawfully airing sexually explicit images of him.
It's the second lawsuit he's filed and then voluntarily dismissed against Fox News. The suits followed a 2022 digital miniseries that featured an exaggerated mock trial against Hunter Biden about his overseas financial dealings. Lawyers for the former president's son claimed Fox News violated revenge porn laws and defamed him. They did not explain in court filings why the case was dropped. I'm Mark Mayfield.
There's a major egg recall sparked by a multi-state salmonella outbreak.
The August Egg Company is recalling nearly 2 million cartons of brown eggs after dozens became sick in several states, including California, Nevada, and Arizona. The sell-by dates range from March 4th to June 19th. Most were sold in Safeway and Walmart stores in 9 states. So far, the outbreak has sickened 79 people, with no deaths reported. I'm Lisa Carton.
This news update's delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery, local delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. I check the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher can see what Trump does to the left.
These people are miserable. They're just miserable, unhappy, bitter, angry, sullen brats who didn't get their way. The election didn't go the way they wanted it to go. And now all they do is march around and whine about how miserable they are. That's Trump's superpower.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Time now for the Chicagoland Retirement Report. Danielle Martin here with financial advisor Scott Tucker, president of Scott Tucker Solutions. When we go through days or weeks of volatility in the markets, it's hard to know what to do. So, Scott, what can you tell us?
Danielle, I think when there's market volatility, it can freak some folks out. You can be fearful. You might make sudden decisions that may not be in your long-term benefit. A lot of folks race to look at what their 401k or their IRA balance is. And we want to caution folks to kind of slow down a little bit. A lot of folks want to sell at the bottom and buy at the top. If you've already experienced some losses, let's just talk about it.
That's right. A lot of people still have major concerns about their retirement plan, but the good news is you and your team have created an offer for our listeners, Scott. So tell us more about this.
Right, Danielle. The offer today is a Retirement Decoded Toolkit. My staff at Scott Tucker Solutions put this together, and you can claim your Retirement Decoded Toolkit by texting the keyword book. You can call or text the keyword book to 224-496-3999 or go to retirementdecoded.com. So you can text the keyword book, B-O-O-K, to 224-496-3999 or call that number, 224-496-3999. Might be easier to remember. You can just go to retirementdecoded.com. At retirementdecoded.com, you just enter in some information and we'll get your copy of Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go, as well as the Retirement Decoded Toolkit. I think it could really help you with these types of market volatility.
That's right. If you have questions about your retirement, take advantage of this offer today. It's very simple. Call or text the word book to 224-496-3999. Again, that's the word book to 224-496-3999 or head to retirementdecoded.com to get your toolkit today.
Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Investing involves risk, including the potential loss of principal. Firm does not provide tax services.
The Cane Table from Penny Mustard is more than just a table.
It's hosted countless brunches and long conversations with friends.
It's served as an emergency office on snow days or when the kids come down with the croup.
It's seen its fair share of crumbs between the leaves.
Or drool from the dog waiting for food to drop.
The cane table is made for signing important documents.
Holding family meetings.
And painstakingly piecing together puzzles.
It's headquarters for homework.
Craft projects.
Board games.
And the wrapping of various gifts.
The cane's encore chairs have been used to relax.
To build blanket forts.
Or to help reach something on the back of the top shelf.
It's not about food.
It's about memories.
So it's gotta last.
It's made in the Midwest, so it will.
For generations to come.
The cane dining room table with 6 encore chairs starting at $61.97 at Penny Mustard.
7 locations throughout Chicagoland.
PennyMustard.com.
Better versions of what people want.
Penny Mustard Furnishing.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive makes bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
From the Team Huckberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 32 minutes. Outbound, about 41 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 34 minutes. You've got a crash involving a Pace bus. It's going to be off on the right shoulder between 17th Avenue and Central Avenue. On the outbound side, it's going to be about 24 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 34 minutes. Outbound, about 24 minutes. This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of a Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy, apple-smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and some clouds. It'll be breezy for today. Afternoon thunder shower. Could see some small hail. The high 74. Partly cloudy, smoky evening for those wildfires in Canada. Low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow. The high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, updating the tragic shooting death of Chicago police officer Crystal Rivera. Over the weekend, the church she attended, Faith World, it's called, had a prayer offering, as you would expect, for both the fallen officer as well as the officer who apparently accidentally shot Crystal Rivera. It's apparent right now that it was a case of friendly fire when she and her partner were pursuing a suspect with a gun. This was the prayer offering for the partner.
There were also prayers for the fellow officer whose weapon unintentionally hit Rivera while they were in pursuit of a suspect.
Father, we pray that you would give her strength beyond comprehension, that you would let her know that she is loved.
Well, in addition to that, as we talked about last week, I mean, the cluster this was, in addition to this apparently being a friendly fire incident, we also remember that the car they were traveling in to take her to get medical care
caught on fire.
Yeah.
And then they had to transfer her into another vehicle. They had to wait. But we don't know if that would have changed the outcome, but still, it's just a horrific set of circumstances. And this monster who pointed a rifle at her and fellow officers, he shouldn't have been out in the first place. 6 warrants.
Yeah.
And a revoked FOID card due to a domestic battery charge.
He's a convicted felon. It's the same old story. Court records indicate he failed to appear in court on an identity theft charge on June 5th of last year, exactly 1 year before the Rivera shooting. The judge in the case ordered her clerk to send him a postcard reminder of his court obligations. Shockingly, he didn't comply with the postcard.
Look at my shocked face, Dan.
And then a failure to appear warrant was issued a month later, which remained active until he was arrested after the shooting death of Crystal Rivera and charged with multiple crimes, including illegal possession of a firearm, possession of a controlled substance, possession of a fraudulent ID. And I mean, I would argue he could and should be charged with felony murder because it was his pointing the rifle at an officer, which led to the response, which led to Crystal Rivera's death. So I think that makes out a felony murder charge, but I'm no Cook County State's attorney, so what do I know? For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by John Garrido, former Chicago Police Lieutenant in the 16th District and president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation, GarridoStrayRescue.org. If you're looking for a furry companion for life, like I got there with my buddy Hayek.
And I tried to stop it.
Yeah. John, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for having me on the show.
So I want to ask the questions or pose the questions that I posed to you offline, just because, I'm sure I'm not the only one thinking this, and your response privately was fair, and I think it provides some good context. So one of the initial things when understanding this was a friendly fire incident, you ask, well, how does this happen? I mean, when you have two officers pursuing a suspect believed to have a weapon, aren't they in a formation when they enter a home or a space like that, where if they have to react to defend themselves, they're not in each other's way so they can avoid friendly fire? And your response to that question is what?
Unfortunately, nothing is perfect. You can train and train and train, and sometimes at the end of the day, just accidents just happen. And I think I mentioned it don't really want to Monday morning quarterback what the officers did or their actions were, because every situation is going to be absolutely different. I don't know the circumstances of how they were going in or where they were going in or at what point the weapon actually discharged. And, the bigger question is what you guys brought up is why was this guy even out on the street? It really just comes down to that our laws here just allow these offenders to be repeat offenders and constantly be out there. He pointed a weapon at the officers, and the officers drew their weapons, and unfortunately and tragically, the one discharged the weapon. But again, I don't know the specific circumstances of where they were at the time. I mean, I can only speculate and imagine. Kick the door open, this guy's pointing a rifle at them, and they're caught off guard and the weapon discharged.
If he just would have complied and put the rifle down, I don't think any of this would happen. But of course, and he should have been behind bars to begin with. So he had this arrest warrant with Cook County since July of 2024 that Dan mentioned. But why didn't Sheriff Dart make the arrest?
Right. Well, that's the other thing is priority and resources and where our resources are put, right? I think what would they say, or did you say it, that like 40% of these arrest warrants aren't even executed? They don't prioritize scooping these guys up. They can send out messages and lists to the Chicago Police Department on a regular basis to let them know exactly who out there is wanted on a warrant and their last known location so they can be picked up. The sheriff has their own officers that can go out and grab these guys. But like I think you just mentioned about the postcard, for whatever reason, these just aren't a priority.
I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of health and wellness, because we had a good conversation about that offline too. There's a new protocol coming down the pike, so it's particularly relevant now. And I mean, I understand from some of the discussions that the Crystal Rivera's partner is inconsolable because of this accidental shooting, which is understandable. But you expressed some concerns to me about what the wellness protocols for Chicago police are, given the trauma they endure, particularly something as tragic as this. And I just wanted you to sort of go through that and give people perspective.
Right. I mean, many times people don't think about the trauma to the other officers. I mean, you think about it, this officer was shot. They have to carry her. They get her into a squad car, and then these officers are probably doing, taking life-saving measures to try to save her while they're trying to drive to the hospital. And then when that car breaks down, and then they have to get her into another car. I mean, that in itself is next level trauma to these officers, and so many other things that we see out there. And now the department is actually just throwing up more roadblocks. There are third-party organizations that come in and meet with officers on a regular basis. As you can imagine, it's difficult to gain the trust of officers when you're talking about somebody's going to come in and somebody that they're going to actually open up to. A rapport needs to be developed. And it started probably back in about 2019, 2020, or 2020 for sure, during the George Floyd riots, when a lot of these organizations were actually able to start coming in and go to roll calls because our own EAP wasn't going out because of COVID. So officers started to build a rapport with these organizations and opened up to them and talked to them. And if you look at the track record that we've had, since 1999, when Dr. Sobo, who's the director of our counseling organization, has been there, we've gone up. We're 60% higher than the national average in suicides in the Chicago Police Department. We went all the way up to where in 2022 we actually had 7 officers commit suicide. The numbers have gone up. There's been over 25 officers just in the last 5 years, and over 50 officers since he's been in charge. Whatever they're doing isn't working, and this is just another step of Dr. Sobel throwing up roadblocks to try to control and gatekeep to keep these organizations out.
So yeah, you use the phrase control, not care. So what would care look like? What would you say the approach should be?
The care should look like they should. If EAP wants to be an umbrella organization, fine, do that. And you have all these other organizations that are involved, and continue to let them be there for our officers. He put out an order the other day that paused everything. So as of right now, none of these third-party organizations are allowed to go to roll calls, and they're not allowed to go out there and speak to officers. When there's a traumatic incident, they are not allowed in the stations to go out there and meet with these officers as of right now as we speak, because they want to pause it until they can get this policy underway. Well, that in itself just screams of why. He's been there for 20 years. If they're going to develop a policy, just develop the policy and then try to implement it later. And the key is people are like, well, what, officers can't talk to these organizations? Yeah, they absolutely can outside of the police department. But where the rubber meets the road are those roll calls. That is a significant part of what these organizations, where they're able to meet the officers, where they're able to talk to the officers, and where they're able to build that rapport with these officers. It's frustrating.
And where does Superintendent Snelling come in all this?
Superintendent Snelling, I have no doubts in my mind that he is 100% on board to help the officers. The problem is he has inherited this organization, and look, Dr. Sobo talks a good game, and Sobo is actually the one that brought up that we need to do this new order and this new vetting process and this new gatekeeping system that they're trying to put together here. So I know Snelling wants to do the right thing for these officers, and I know that he cares about these officers, but the problem is I think he's got this guy in his ear that's actually, I believe personally, that he's a detriment to our officers.
Wow. Does Snelling have the respect among the rank and file?
Absolutely.
He still does.
Wait, who's the guy in the ear you're referencing?
Dr. Sobo, the director of our counseling unit. He's tried to, back in 2021, he tried to block another organization, the Well Resource Center, from going to roll calls. In 2022, he successfully blocked another, it was an app that was offered to the police department that's used widely by suburban departments that puts in the officer's hand a resource where they can reach out to peer support officers from other local departments and to reach out to counselors, basically, that have been vetted, where other officers and law enforcement have gone to, and they're saying, yeah, these people are okay, these are people that we could talk to. And he blocked it because he felt that officers wouldn't want to talk to peer support officers from other departments. Which is completely untrue.
Where are all the mental illness hawks that are always talking about mental illness, in the general population of mental health centers, including the mayor and members of the city council? Where are they on the mental health of police?
Yeah, they'll talk about it. They talk a good game, and every time there's a tragedy, and that the first thing they'll get out there and they'll give their speech. But at the end of the day, It's ridiculous. We back in 2020 only had 7 or 8 counselors for the entire Chicago Police Department, and then when in 2022 when we reached the 7 officers that killed themselves that year, then it was a big push. We're going to hire more counselors. We still don't have enough counselors. I think they're up to 14 or 15 counselors. For the entire Chicago Police Department. We need more resources for officers, not less. And the order that was put out last week that pauses all third-party organizations from coming in to see our officers, and then this new order that they're drafting, putting together, putting up all these roadblocks, is actually reducing the availability for our officers.
And how is recruitment going at Chicago Police these days?
It's still rough. You can actually now, I believe, just walk in, and when they give a test, you can just walk in and sit down and take the test. It's extremely difficult. I'm hoping it turns around. The climate seems to be changing. They don't seem to be beating up on the police as much as they were in recent years, but. Because we need officers, obviously. We need good officers to work out there. And unfortunately, when you have a hard time recruiting, they have to lower the standard.
I remember people waiting months and years to take that test. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah. When was the last time there was a friendly fire incident in the Chicago Police Department?
Boy, I don't even remember the last time. Yeah, it rarely happens, and that's why I don't want to second guess these officers, because it rarely happens, and without being in that moment or in that situation, who knows exactly what or why or how it happened. The whole thing is a tragedy.
Do you think the current officers are receiving proper training, like in simulators and things like that?
Well, there's never enough training, obviously. You can always get more. I know Officer Crystal Rivera was, I think, only on 4 years, so the amount of training that she would have gotten wouldn't have been as extensive as maybe another officer that's been on longer. I don't know how long her partner's been on the job. So yes, there's things that you can do and things that you can prepare for. But again, until you're in that moment, in that situation, and look, just the fact that we can't even remember the last time there was a friendly fire incident, says that that they are doing something right in that regard.
John Greta, former Chicago Police Lieutenant in the 16th District and president of the Garrido Stray Rescue Foundation. If you want a furry friend, go to GarridoStrayRescue.org, GarridoStrayRescue.org. John, thanks as always.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com.
As you know, our friend Mike Lindell has a passion to help everyone get the best sleep of your life. He didn't stop by simply creating the best pillow. Mike created the best bed sheets ever. They look and feel great, which means an even better night's sleep for me, which is crucial for my busy schedule. Mike is offering the best deal on his Giza Dreams bed sheets. Any size and any color, just $49.98. That's right, you can even get queens, kings, split kings, and cow kings. Any size and any color, just $49.98. Order now, because when they're gone, they're gone. Also, for a limited time, when your order is over $100, you'll receive $100 in free digital gifts. Call 800-489-0201. Use promo code LIBERTY or go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code LIBERTY for the amazing offer of $49.98 on the Giza Dreams sheets, any size and any color. That number again is 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY.
Text from 630. As one of my Marine Corps friends said this weekend, which provides some comfort, where there's friendly fire, there's hostile fire. Really good point. Yeah, really good point. I mean, the friendly fire, you think of like Pat Tillman, but yeah, where there's friendly fire, there's hostile fire. And there very well could have been, as this individual pointed a rifle at the officers.
Wouldn't put it down is what I heard.
So that's a good point, and it's something to consider. And hopefully that officer who was the accidental shooter is considering that. I know it's a terrible thing that person has to come to grips with. Guys, spring is here. Time for gatherings with friends, family, and outdoor activities. But how are you going to keep up if low testosterone is draining your energy? The answer, TRT with Synergen X and Low T Center. They might seem convenient, but many online TRT services can be a hassle to get started. You end up spending hundreds of dollars and wasting time, so don't fall for it. Trust the experts at Synergen X and Low T Center. It's who I trust. They've been changing patients' lives for a combined 25 years. They understand what guys need. They're in person and make it easy to get started. You can start today with a free consultation and free testosterone test. Best thing about it, it's free and fast. They have on-site labs to process your test quickly, and if you qualify, you can start treatment that day. They have locations across Chicagoland, so guys, and as well as for guys looking to lose a few pounds, Synergen X and Low T Center make it easy with prescription weight loss medications. Most health insurance is accepted, so you have no excuse. The offer is limited, so go right now to fixmylowt.com to book your appointment. That website again, fixmylowt.com. You'll be glad you did.
Hey, Amy Jacobson here, and OMG, I was absolutely speechless when I saw my new garage floor. Level 10 Coatings did such an amazing job, and now my garage floor shines. Level 10 Coatings specializes in expert garage floor coatings for both residential and commercial spaces. Their floors are durable, easy to maintain, and best of all, done in just one day. Hey, if you've been thinking about upgrading your garage floor with that shiny new showroom look, please call my good friends at Level 10 Coatings at 855-510-2628 or book your free consultation online at level10coatings.com. And here's a bonus. Mention me, Amy Jacobson, and you'll get $500 off your project. Call 855-510-2628 or visit level10coatings.com today or call 855-510-2628.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Are you growing your manufacturing team this year and need new employees? Turn to Monarch Technical Services in Rolling Meadows. They've been leading the Chicago staffing industry for manufacturing and engineering since 1987. You'll appreciate their vetting process, payment terms, and dedication towards excellence. They meet every candidate in person to interview and test for specific skills. Monarch assesses experience by using blueprint, shop math, part measurement, and CNC program exams. Monarch Technical offers unique payment terms. You now have 6 months to pay the finder's fee, and if for any reason the candidate leaves your employment, the fee ends. This allows you to make sure direct hire employees are fitting in before fees are paid in full. So if you're growing your manufacturing team this year and searching for exceptional talent and attractive payment terms, contact Monarch Technical Services at 847-342-1221 or visit them online at monarchtechnical.com. That's monarchtechnical.com. Continuing the privilege of enriching manufacturing for 38 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, we'll talk to RealClearPolitics.com's Susan Crabtree about the Newsom standoff with Trump on ICE raids, as well as some of the revelations Kash Patel made on his sit-down with Joe Rogan. That's at 8:08.
And Israel's defense minister is making Greta Thunberg and the crew do something before they let them go. We'll explain, but now it is 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Will there be more protests and clashes with law enforcement today? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. There have been 3 days of it so far in Los Angeles, angry over illegal immigration raids.
Protests need to be peaceful, period.
That's Mayor Karen Bass, but they weren't peaceful yesterday when things escalated with a lot of demonstrators in masks.
We saw the American flag burned. We saw Waymo, which are the robo-taxis, the self-driving taxis that are a common sight on the streets of L.A., set on fire, at least 3 of them, very close to the 101 freeway, which was completely shut down in both directions for a time because of those thousands of protesters. They were met with smoke grenades, tear gas, and some rubber bullet rounds fired by law enforcement.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt in downtown L.A., which is declared an unlawful assembly area. President Trump has Marines on standby to join the National Guard troops he deployed to L.A.
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart.
That has angered Democrats like California Governor Gavin Newsom, who just told Fox 11 TV in L.A.
Donald Trump is reckless. He's immoral.
He's taken the illegal and unconstitutional act of federalizing the National Guard, and he's putting lives at risk.
As for the immigration raids Friday that started it all, Borders Czar Tom Homan just told Fox.
We're arresting bad people. We were enforcing laws and following up on a serious criminal investigation on cartel financing.
A travel ban went into effect this morning that some Democrats call cruel and discriminatory, affecting countries the U.S. says doesn't have proper vetting for those coming here.
President Trump is now disallowing entry to the U.S. by citizens of 12 different nations. Among them are Somalia and Eritrea and Africa, Yemen, Afghanistan, and Iran in the Middle East, but also Haiti in the Caribbean.
Fox's Eben Brown. 7 more countries have partial restrictions, including Cuba and Venezuela. The Treasury and Commerce secretaries are in London, just starting a new round of trade talks with China. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 62 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A Freeport man is charged in connection to the accidental shooting death of a Chicago police officer last week will remain in custody. Alderman Raymond Lopez says that Adrian Tucker has a long criminal history.
This was an unintentional shooting by a fellow officer. But they were in this predicament by someone who has a history of violence, a history of being a danger to the communities.
Rucker appeared in court yesterday on multiple charges, included armed violence, possession of a fraudulent ID, and possession of a firearm without an FOID card. Governor Pritzker is lending advice to the Knox College class of 2025. While delivering the commencement address yesterday, the governor challenged the graduates to be confident, courageous, and brave as they take the next steps in life.
The wrong side of history will always tell you to be afraid. The right side of history will always expect you to be brave.
Pritzker praised Knox College for being a college that was established in 1837 in rural Illinois on the idea that slavery should be opposed in all forms. He also received an honorary degree. Community organizations are protesting ICE raids in Chicago. Demonstrators gathered yesterday in Pilsen, accusing the Trump administration of targeting immigrant communities and escalating attacks on immigrants. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Warner Brothers Discovery says it will separate the company into 2 publicly traded businesses. The streaming and studios company will consist of Warner Brothers Television, Warner Brothers Motion Picture Group, DC Studios, HBO, and HBO Max, as well as the film and television libraries. Global networks will include CNN, TNT, Sports in the U.S., and Discovery, channels across Europe, Discovery Plus streaming, and Bleacher Report. The Wall Street Journal says telecom company EchoStar is preparing a potential bankruptcy filing. EchoStar is parent company of Boost Mobile and Dish Network. U.S. and Chinese officials are meeting today in London to continue trade talks. Investors aren't expecting an actual deal, but progress will be seen as positive. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola. Invested in you.
Hugh Hewitt talks tariffs.
Now, I think the best argument for the 10% global tariff is that the United States, in effect, guarantees freedoms of the sea and international law to the extent that it is everywhere applied. We do the most of the heavy lift. We keep the peace. We're the marshal. And it's very expensive, and no one sends us a check.
The Hugh Hewitt Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at MVPCFP.com. That's MVPCFP.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to MVPCFP.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 17 minutes. Outbound, 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 31 minutes. Outbound, 49 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, it's about 37 minutes. On the outbound side, about 28 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes. Outbound is about 25 minutes. Traffic is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and clouds, afternoon thunder shower today. Look for the high at 74. Could get some gusty winds with that. Partly cloudy for tonight. Smoke from some of those Canadian wildfires, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow in the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So FBI Director Kash Patel did Joe Rogan's podcast, in which he offered a couple of revelations. The first is that the FBI Director is not immune from leftist violence, since leftist violence is the order of the day, given what happened in L.A. over the weekend. Kash Patel was recently swatted.
And as director of the FBI, I have a responsibility. I'm not just going to bring a case because somebody hurt me. They did, and they continue to do it. My house just got swatted yesterday.
What?
Yeah, but...
You got swatted?
Oh, yeah.
The head of the FBI gets swatted?
Yeah. Yeah. These people play... It's the ultimate height of hypocrisy. They have two sets of rules. One against you and one for them.
Yeah. And for them, violence in pursuit of political ends is legitimate, because that's swatting is an act of violence, in my view. When you call police saying the man with a gun at this house, and you get police showing up with their guns drawn, expecting that they're entering a potentially hostile situation, and the homeowner is completely caught off guard. I don't know what happened in that specific case. He didn't go into more details, but I mean, swatting is serious business.
House, I know, but still, yeah.
Well, the other revelations, in addition to that, as if it wasn't enough, were in the on the topics of the Epstein death /suicide. That's Kash Patel's conclusion, as you previously heard. And as well as Tony Fauci and Jim Comey. So all the stars. Here was, let's take them in reverse order, some new evidence that Kash Patel and the FBI have obtained that could be problematic for Tony Fauci, given his testimony before Congress and his official acts as NIH director, to the extent that statutes of limitation haven't run.
I mean, we just had a great breakthrough this week on Fauci. So Senator Rand Paul, Senator Kennedy, and I hate naming names because I always forget people, are doing a great job with us on COVID origins. And we've got multiple investigations open on that. But they had always been looking for Fauci's original phone, or not original, but phones and devices he used while he was Fauci back in Trump 1 during COVID. And nobody had found it till 2 days ago.
Really?
Yeah. Now, look, your audience and everybody listening to it shouldn't jump to the conclusion everything's in there. We'll look at it. We'll pull it. We'll rip it, as we say. And maybe it's deleted. Maybe it's not. But at least we found it. And at least now we can tell the American people we've been looking, because it is of public importance to figure out, did that guy lie? Did he intentionally mislead the world and cause countless deaths? We owe those answers to the American people. And the best evidence ever is always the people's evidence who created it. And so now we're going to go and exploit those hard drives. But I think a victory for the American people that we broke with Congress is that we did find it. We're not done. We're still looking, and we're on the case.
That's one. Something else he found was Comey's document room. This building on the information that was released last week per Chuck Grassley, provided by the FBI, that the number 3 at Department of Justice, Bruce Orr, his wife, Nellie Orr, was a Steele dossier collaborator and a perjurer, allegedly. But unfortunately, the window has closed for accountability there.
One of the big systems I've created, maybe because of my time in Russiagate, is I'm committed to congressional oversight. I'm committed to giving Congress the documents they need to do their work and give them to the American people. Unredacted, no classification BS. You want it, you get it. So we just think about this. Me, as the director of the FBI, the former Russiagate guy, when I first got to the Bureau, found a room that Comey and others hid from the world in the Hoover Building, full of documents and computer hard drives that no one had ever seen or heard of. Locked the key and hid access and just said, no one's ever going to find this place.
What?
Yeah. So my guys are going through that right now.
What's in there?
A lot of stuff. I mean, that's the thing. People are like, well, okay, go arrest him. And I'm like, okay, well, how about you let me run a methodical investigation while I give over information? One of the things we gave over before this, the room deal was, I don't know if you remember who Nellie Orr is. It doesn't really matter. Nellie Orr's husband, Bruce Orr, was like the number 4 at the Department of Justice, and he was the one who introduced the world of Christopher Steele, the guy that started Russiagate. Well, the entire time her husband was doing that at DOJ, she, Nellie Orr, was working on an outside contract to dig up dirt on Donald Trump. So she goes to the Hill and testifies as a result of our investigation, right, under oath. She said, I never worked, and I'm paraphrasing, I never worked with my husband on any of that. I would never do that. Yeah, right. Well, what did Grassley put out just yesterday, 2 days ago? The Nellie Orr documentation that the FBI hid to the world, that we gave them, where Nellie Orr is caught red-handed providing information to her husband, thumb drives related to Trump-Russia collusion, directly proving that Nellie Orr lied to Congress. Felony. Can't prosecute her. Statute of limitations is gone. That's just one example.
I'm looking forward to more examples. Susan Crabtree is RealClearPolitics.com's national political correspondent, co-author of Fool's Gold, The Radicals, Con Artists, and Traitors Who Killed the California Dream and Now Threaten Us All. Susan, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Dan and Amy.
How about those Kash Patel revelations about Fauci and Comey's document room? And he also talked about Epstein, just sort of, I'm going to release the videos that I've seen, and you can make your own judgments. But he just sort of reiterated that it was a suicide. And oh, by the way, it's worth mentioning, people forget that he was on suicide watch in the prison because he had attempted suicide once before. So there's that factoid to deal with if you're conspiracy oriented. Anyway, a lot of activity all of a sudden bubbling up to the surface at FBI.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Kash and Dan Bongino got criticized for previous interviews where they weren't showing, but they were just telling. That's like the ultimate problem when you're a writer. You don't want to do that. So they are trying to show the public that they are definitely making progress on some of these investigations. And even though they think that the Epstein one is not a conspiracy, that he did kill himself. So they are delving into this in a very deep way, and they are making progress. And it's obvious to me that when it goes back to all of the problems from Russiagate and the Nellie Orr situation that Grassley put out, that is absolutely 100% unsurprising to me. We all knew back then that she was perjuring herself before Congress, and she said she wasn't working with her husband. I know that, in fact, she was working with former journalist Glenn Simpson at Fusion GPS,
right.
Was paying her, and he had a wife, Mary Jacoby, also another reporter, who had a website called Maine Justice, where she reported on Justice Department. They were all tied together. And it was obvious to us at the time that she was perjuring herself, but nobody prosecuted her. Well, there's a new sheriff in town. They can't prosecute her because of the statute of limitations, but they are going to put all of this information out. And Fauci has a pardon, but it's not going to protect him from all of these disclosures that are coming his way that Kash and Dan Bongino are promising.
Speaking of Kash and Dan Bongino, of course, they made news saying we're going to relook at old investigations that we think were stilted, to say the least, including the coke at the White House and the leaking of the Dobbs opinion. That's actually a big one, I think, in my mind, much bigger than the cocaine at the White House. But sure, look at them all. You recently wrote about the White House cocaine case and your perspective on that.
Yeah, well, I did a deep dive on the FOIA documents that I have, and I was trying to separate fact from fiction because there's a lot of both in this scenario. What I found that was the most disturbing was that the cocaine bag was destroyed a day after they ended the investigation, which was very quick. They ended it in 11 days, and they said they didn't have any leads whatsoever. But we do know there was surveillance footage. I did have two people tell me there is definitely surveillance footage of the people that went into this vestibule where the cocaine was found. I do believe that some of the misinformation I was able to figure out from talking to my sources that there was misinformation, misreporting on the location changing from the library in the east part of the White House to the west. But the worst part of it is that they destroyed this cocaine, and that Director Cheadle, the Secret Service director at the time, who was very close to Jill Biden, ordered that cocaine destroyed, and there was a lot of pushback within the Secret Service because they thought, we need to save this evidence, and we have policies that we need to save it for 7 years. But my documents that I looked at said, and that show the chain of custody, said it was transferred to the D.C. police for destruction on July 14th, and that's about the day after they closed the case.
So whose was it? My guess was Rachel Levin. Am I right?
Everyone thinks it's Hunter Biden's or maybe even Joe's to keep him to wake up.
Hunter's too obvious.
Well, there's also, you mentioned in your article that there was an envelope of 3 tubes of DNA that the FBI obtained from the plastic bag of the cocaine. We ever going to find out who belongs to that DNA?
Well, the Secret Service said at the time that the FBI, they sent the cocaine bag to the FBI to collect the DNA, that there was insufficient DNA on that bag to make any kind of comparisons. And so we don't know. The DNA in those tubes remain. And the problem that I talked to outside forensic experts, and they said, well, you could retest the bag to find out if there was more DNA or not. You can always retest the bag. Guess what? The bag is missing. So we really need to know how much DNA was destroyed. We really need to know how much DNA is in that bag. Those tubes, excuse me. We really need to know. And I think that the FBI, that's the first thing they're going to do.
I wouldn't be surprised if the bag was tagged with like somebody's name on it, like you do at an office in the refrigerator. You put your name on your food, and I mean they just over. I mean, I would be that there's like no intrigue to this whatsoever. There's just an unwillingness to come clean.
Yeah, they have very strict retention policies with evidence within the chain of custody. You have to document it, and it shows. I have the documents that show the chain of custody. They first had the hazmat guys. It was DC Police. Then they send it to the FBI. The FBI sent it back to the Secret Service. The Secret Service sends it to the DC Metropolitan Police. But we still don't know. I asked DC Police, did you destroy it? Because there's not a date for that on the chain of custody. And they will not tell me. They're referring me to the FBI. It's like you're getting the runaround. But I did separate some of the facts from fiction. It is destroyed. That baggie.
It was destroyed at a weekend bender with Secret Service agents. That's what I suspect.
All right, Susan Crabtree, whose bag of cocaine do you think it belongs to?
Well, I'm not. I have to have evidence-based conclusion.
I'm just asking gut feeling.
I have to have evidence, and I don't have any. We need to know if there's DNA in those tubes, and we need to know if that bag was really, really destroyed, because there's no date on that bag. I could think it could be a White House staffer who was bringing the cocaine in for someone else. So that could be the truth too. So at the time, they said there was not enough. They had a pool of people, but there was not enough DNA evidence, and the surveillance didn't provide any leads. Well, guess what? That's all interpretation.
Yeah.
That the surveys, you can go and interview those people. They never did. They didn't do it on purpose. They did not want to find out.
Well, I mean, Janet Yellen is another prime suspect. I mean, I know she used to go to Ragers at Yale. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm thinking. So it's going to be somebody you never would have thought of, but we'll never know, I'm sure. All right, so you wrote this book called Fool's Gold about California, and you, I'm sure, have taken judicial notice of California, unsurprisingly, being in the news again. I wanted to play this bite, from Mark Thiessen that we played earlier in the day, because I think he really gets to the crux of this, why this exploded in L.A., the protests and violence over, the ICE operations. That, of course, they were mostly peaceful as ICE was attempting to take into custody mostly law-abiding people.
Sure.
But here's Mark Thiessen from Washington Post on Fox over the weekend talking about Operation Guardian Angel, and this is why the left is so triggered, if you will.
And what's got the left riled up and what's causing all this is that the Trump administration has figured out a way around sanctuary city laws. Local officials can refuse to honor an ICE detainer, but they can't refuse to honor a federal felony warrant. And so what the Trump administration has done, they've launched something called Operation Guardian Angel, where they're charging illegal migrants who have re-entered the country with felony illegal re-entry. And then they're presenting the local jurisdictions with federal felony warrants, and they have to hand them over. So they've been handing over hundreds of illegal migrants to ICE, and this has set people off, that they found a way again to basically block the sanctuary city policies.
What do you think, Susan?
Oh, I think that's exactly right. The sanctuary city policies in California are an abomination across the state, and they actually have really contributed to the fentanyl problem in San Francisco and LA, because some of these drug dealers and certainly the smugglers are illegal immigrants, and there's no deterrence. There's absolutely zero deterrence. I wrote a piece last night, you can see it on Real Clear Politics, that Gavin Newsom was in a quandary because he is trying to move to the middle, even though that's a farce. But he didn't know how to go ahead and attack Donald Trump on this because he needs to be sort of softening himself a little bit on immigration. He's pulled back. He's going to make some cuts on the illegal immigrant health care, which was his signature issue, but of course it's spiraled out of control and there's a huge budget deficit now. So he is trying to attack Donald Trump with something that's impossible to prove, and to show that Gavin Newsom and California, he's attacking Trump for causing the escalation last night or on Sunday, because he brought in the National Guard. But that's almost impossible to prove. So it's a perfect argument for him, because he can say, oh, it all escalated because of, and that's what Karen Bass was saying as well. But these cities in California have a history of the local police not being able to control them. Just last weekend on Memorial Day, there was a rooftop party that got so out of control that they were throwing Molotov cocktails at the police. They were setting police cars on fire. They attacked a train with passengers in it, these partiers, and pounded on the windows and sprayed the whole train with graffiti and the train station and set the roof on fire. And this is not a one-off. When the Dodgers won the World Series last year, they were exploding. There was a bus that exploded with fire. They're throwing firecrackers everywhere and attacking police. So when Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass says they can handle these types of situations, there's no proof that they can. They have a history of not handling them.
Well,
so it's
yeah, well, the other thing, too, is that argument about the National Guard deployment is what escalated things. I'm sorry, I didn't see the National Guard throwing rocks at passing cars. I didn't see National Guardsmen standing in front of buses and shutting down freeways and vandalizing and looting and so on and so forth. I mean, the idea that you're going to get away with, it's okay to behave violently because the National Guardsmen are on standby, that is not going to be a very persuasive argument to, sensible people, which I think still constitute the majority of Americans. So good luck with that, Gavin.
Yeah, absolutely, because these things tend to escalate over time when other people, these organized Antifa and other organized agitators, if you want to call them that, they're rioters. They're professional writers. They come in and they see a situation and they fly in from other areas across the country and help it escalate. So it takes a while for that to happen. And you saw the looky-loos on TV, and they all come down after 24 hours to 48 hours. So it's impossible to prove. That's why it's a perfect argument for Gavin Newsom. He can attack Donald Trump and say, "Oh, you caused this. It wasn't our fault." When they have a history of not being able to, or they don't even make arrests. In that situation I described on Memorial Day, they didn't even make any arrests.
I know.
And it's not isolated in Los Angeles.
He said Trump sent troops to manufacture chaos and violence, which we all know is not true. And the National Guard that was sent there, I don't know if you two watched it, but they were protecting the federal building. They weren't out on the front. The LAPD was in their SWAT team and, Homeland Security, ICE. They were on the front lines. And the National Guard was in the back. So.
Susan Crabtree, RealClearPolitics.com's national political correspondent, author of Fool's Gold, The Radicals, Con Artists, and Traitors Who Killed the California Dream and Now Threaten Us All. They're on display as we speak. Fool's Gold is the book. Susan Crabtree, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, and she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, it's Mike Rowe, and if you want to do business with a company that actually stands for something, switch to Pure Talk. I did. Sure, I appreciate being on America's most dependable 5G network with unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is Pure Talk's commitment to our military and to our skilled workforce. That matters to me. Save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old saying out there. Small hinges swing big doors. In other words, doing little things right can have a big result. Tom Fortino and the team of Alpha Wealth Group have been helping people retire since 2010 and have found that while many have an investment plan, very few have a tax plan. And that can be the element that makes a huge difference when it comes to money you'll have to spend in your retirement. What if you had a plan that protected you against future tax increases by the government? What if it kept your Social Security taxes from going up, all while keeping your Medicare premiums down? It is possible, and that's just the beginning. What kind of hinges are on your retirement door? You either have a tax plan or you don't. Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-864-6711. That's 630-864-6711. Or download his complimentary Alpha Wealth reports by visiting alphawealthgroup.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, we'll continue our discussion about immigration law and law enforcement, but from a different perspective, something hopefully Republicans have learned over the last couple of decades, against the backdrop of this case in Texas, where finally the state is rescinding in-state tuition for people in this country residing in the state of Texas illegally. That's at 8:38.
And speaking of illegals, Abrego Garcia back on U.S. soil. But now let's head into that newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 62 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The Los Angeles Police Department has declared all of downtown an unlawful assembly area. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna says his deputies are assisting LAPD officers.
The Los Angeles Police Department requested assistance from the Sheriff's Department. We sent well over 100 of our deputies into downtown LA.
He says the protests have gotten out of hand.
There were some legitimate people exercising their First Amendment rights. What we're seeing for the last several hours and even now, a lot of unlawful behavior. We're not going to tolerate it. So I really advise people out there, go home. It's over.
On Sunday night, crowds marched and gathered near LA Live and Crypto.com Arena. There, multiple police cars were pelted with objects. There's also reports of a man driving recklessly at high speeds, endangering pedestrians and causing a motorcyclist to go down. Several fires could be seen burning in the streets and in other parts of downtown. President Trump is not ruling out invoking the Insurrection Act in response to the violent protests in Los Angeles. The act allows presidents to call on reserve or active duty military to respond to civil unrest in states. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Charlie Kirk believes ignorance is part of the problem.
He yelled, "Free Palestine." This is a pattern, and it's only continuing. What is driving this? Well, first of all, and this just needs to be said, the misunderstanding of what is actually happening between Israel and Hamas drives people to do insane stuff.
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for. For this free information, call 800-422-1609, 800-422-1609, 800-422-1609, or simply visit godra.com.
Networks, streaming services, retail chains, and tech giants are all adding plus to their names. But where did the concept originate? We may be biased, but we think these big wigs found their inspiration for plus at Hasselist Mattress. Hasselist showrooms are employee-free. Give your mattress a try with no pushy sales guy. Plus, our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Plus, unbeatable prices on Tempur-Pedic. Plus, free next-day delivery and setup. Plus, free haul away and disposal of your old mattress. Plus, 60-month interest-free financing on select Tempur-Pedic with approved credit. Plus, a $300 MasterCard gift card with your Tempur-Pedic mattress. Plus, a ruggedly handsome spokesman with a smooth radio voice. Get all this, plus a whole lot more when you shop at Hasselist Mattress. Or maybe we should change our name to Hasselist Plus. Nah. Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at Hasselist.com.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling. Stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Good morning. It's 62 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer. From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound, 15 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne Interchange, 36 minutes. Outbound, about 40 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 43 minutes. Outbound, 35 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 40 minutes. Outbound, 22 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Sun and some clouds. It'll be breezy for today. Afternoon thunder shower. Could see some small hail. The high 74. Partly cloudy, smoky evening for those wildfires in Canada, low 56. Hazy sun tomorrow, the high 79. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. One of the things that Trump has exposed over the last decade of his presence in the Oval Office and otherwise on the scene is that the left are bad faith actors when it comes to immigration policy. This is critically important, actually. It seems like a axiomatic statement. Well, it is, but it's important that it is internalized by Republicans. Because for most of the last almost 40 years, starting with the immigration reform of 86 under Reagan, I think Republicans have been under this delusion that they need to forge some compromise with the left when it comes to legal immigration and border security, and that's possible. Maybe once upon a time it was possible, but not with this neo-Marxist party as it's currently constituted and led. Not possible. They do not and will not, under any circumstances, act in good faith. And I was struck by this case out of Texas where for decades, Texas had their own DREAM Act. Before Obama and the left picked up the cause of the Dreamers, a legislation passed in 2001 under then Governor George W. Bush, signed into law by Governor Rick Perry, the Texas DREAM Act, providing in-state tuition for illegal immigrants, well, their children, residing in Texas. Well, the Department of Justice finally got around to looking at that and suggesting that they were going to sue Texas over the provision of in-state tuition for people in the country illegally residing in Texas. And that prompted Governor Greg Abbott to end in-state tuition for people in this country illegally residing in Texas and their kids. The Attorney General, Ken Paxton, challenging John Cornyn in Republican primary for Senate this cycle. Under federal law, schools cannot provide benefits to illegal aliens that they do not provide to U.S. citizens. That was Bondi. And Attorney General Ken Paxton filed a joint motion with the DOJ to rule that the law was unconstitutional. He had to team with the feds to get Texas to abide federal law. It's just a reminder about the policing that you have to do with the Republican Party, as if people listen to this show need one, most of you living in Illinois. It's the same thing Greg Abbott had to do to advance school choice in Texas, and now it's the most expansive school choice program at the state level in the country, because he went after teachers union beholden Republicans in his state legislature who were providing a hurdle to school choice for kids in Texas. Before there was Obama and the left, there was George Bush and Rick Perry and Texas Republicans. It's just a reminder. Some institutional knowledge here is important because Republicans get swayed by the siren song of sentimentality that is the go-to of the left. People just looking for a better life, children who are here brought through no fault of their own by their families. What do we do about them? Well, we educate them and we underwrite them and we provide them a path to citizenship. We must do this to be decent. And when offers of compromise are made, a refresher like Trump made in 2018, offering a path to citizenship for up to 1.8 million young illegal immigrants, doubling the number of dreamers originally proposed by Democrats to be provided a path to citizenship, and wanting some curbs on legal immigration programs, funding for the completion of the border wall with Mexico. They told Trump to go pound sand. That was...
Who's the racist now?
That was 6 years. That was 7 years ago.
7 years, yeah.
And now we have this. Oh, all we want is this. All we want is that. Please. They are not good faith actors when it comes to legal immigration. I'm a proponent of legal immigration. What we find out, so is Trump. What we find out, and this is important because this is key framing for how to discuss this as they offer their hysterics about, ICE being Gestapo and families being separated and children being mishandled and so forth.
People are disappearing.
Trump, most conservatives, Republicans, good faith actors who support legal immigration. That's a fact. The left, categorically, at least in terms of the party leadership's position, not good faith actors who support open borders and general lawlessness and are completely uninterested in any sort of compromise on enforcing the law and removing people here who are here illegally, even those who pose public safety threats, in exchange for reforms as to the immigration legal regime with respect to dreamers, with respect to the process to enter this country legally, with respect to the process to obtain permanent residency and ultimately citizenship and the time that takes. I'm open to all those conversations, as we've said many times on this show before, but not when you refuse to behave in good faith.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, or you can also text us on that same line. I still am just shocked. It was a 24-year-old law, and it really just came hours after they announced it was going to sue Texas. Because they allow this in Minnesota, but Minnesota's not complying, obviously.
And if you don't think that that siren song of sentimentality is potentially dangerous, a Miami Republican who co-founded the group Latinas for Trump is condemning President Donald Trump's mass deportation campaign, blasting recent immigration enforcement actions as harmful. This is not what we voted for, said State Senator Ileana Garcia this weekend. I have always supported Trump through thick and thin. However, this is unacceptable and inhumane. Well, I mean, this is where Republicans need to challenge her. She probably is feeling heat from some of her constituents, and probably she's confusing leftist agitprop with honest views of her constituents there in the Miami area. But this is where you need to police and say, well, what is unacceptable and inhumane exactly? Have you seen the details on the people that ICE has taken into custody, has moved to deport? Have you paid attention to the approach the administration has taken? Even if you want to argue about the particulars of the Abrego Garcia case, the bottom line is he's back on American soil per the Supreme Court's decision, and he's going to be tried for the crimes he is alleged to have committed. That was Pam Bondi's announcement in detail
on Friday.
So,
well, but also too, you have to remind these people, even like if you're at your church and they're saying people are disappearing at night and Trump is doing this and that. President Obama, who was dubbed deporter in chief at one point in time, he deported 5.3 million illegals in his 2 terms. Trump's not even at 1 million yet.
Yeah,
and their hair is on fire. Because I like, where were you when that was happening? Were there prayers for these people at church where you have to remind people every Wednesday we're going to go out in front of the Dirksen Federal Building and pray for those who are disappearing in the middle of the night?
Well, a lot of people did, modestly protest Obama's deportations, and they particularly targeted Tiny Dancer, who's his chief of staff then, who didn't want to do the Dreamer deal.
Yeah, right, when they had control of House and Senate. That's right.
Didn't want to tackle that.
Oh, I remember that.
And so that's part of it. But the other part of it is in real time, because people are unbounded by their own hypocrisy. In real time, they're disappearing people. What are you talking about?
I know. It's buzzwords that they're told to use.
You have ICE and you have DHS posting the names, ranks, and serial numbers of the people. You have operations that are very public in Boston and Chicago and L.A., where details are being provided by the government in terms of who is being taken into custody and for what reasons and so forth.
Right.
I mean, this is all being done very transparently as it is being litigated, the various aspects of immigration policy, in federal courts. So you have to bring some sense to this, but you also have to remind Republicans, particularly those that are of the country club set that are wooed by the chambers of commerce around the country, including the U.S. one, to stiffen their spines here. We're good faith actors in a willingness to look at legal immigration. They are bad faith actors who simply will defend categorical illegal immigration. And that is a stark difference between the two sides, one that we should protect jealously. Tony in Downers Grove, you're in Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, Dan, we don't expect facts to get in the way of anything. But what you left out, maybe you didn't, was the other thing that Reagan did, if I'm not mistaken, is didn't he give amnesty to every undocumented immigrant in the country at that time under the auspices that we're going to have a Reform Act for immigration? And then, as you said, what happened the last 40 years? We meld into the DREAM Act. And now the narrative changes. And, someone always used to say, the left, every time they ask for something, they always move the bar. And now they have social media and the mainstream media to help carry the ball. So this is what we get.
Thanks for the call, Tony. Well, it is and it isn't, because they're not winning the argument. I mean, again, the polling in real time here, despite their typical propagandizing, is not with them. And yes, I point to the Immigration Reform and Control Act of '86 because it did legalize most undocumented immigrants who had arrived to the country prior to January 1st of 1984. And it was another bait and switch where Republicans hornswoggled themselves the same way they did in Texas, because they thought this was the path to getting more of the Latino vote, is appeasement and watering down principle and making bad deals with bad faith actors. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because we should learn the lessons of the past. And it's a great opportunity to promote our commitment to legal immigration, because we understand the importance of attracting talent, and we understand and are open to the possibility, at least I am, of guest worker programs. Once you have a regime that is sensible and respected through enforcement. Because if you don't have that, you have nothing. You have what the left wants, which is the actual chaos, the actual Marxist, neo-Marxist revolution, the actual attempt to create heaven on earth, which results in nothing but warlordocracies, lawlessness, and people getting hurt and killed. And this is what Tom Homan has been articulating in L.A. and everywhere else he's gone over the last 4 or 5 months. But these prior mistakes should be remembered as case studies for what not to do in real time.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chavato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, but having a bank that you can trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Gentlemen, spring is here. Time for gatherings with friends, family, and outdoor activities. But how are you going to keep up if low testosterone is draining your energy? The answer? TRT with Synergen X and Low T Center. They might seem convenient, but many online TRT services can be a hassle to get started. you end up spending hundreds of dollars and wasting time, so don't fall for it. Trust the experts at Synergen X and Low T Center. That's who I trust. They've been changing patients' lives for a combined 25 years. They understand what guys need. They're in person and make it easy to get started. So start today with a free consultation and free testosterone test. Best thing about it, it's free and fast. They have on-site labs to process your test quickly, and if you qualify, you can start treatment that day. They have locations across Chicagoland, and for guys looking to lose a few pounds, Synergen X and Low T Center make it easy with prescription weight loss medications. Most major health insurance is accepted, so you have no excuse. The offer is limited, so go right now to fixmylowt.com to book your appointment. That's fixmylowt.com. You'll be glad you did.
Where's America 60 years after the Civil Rights Act? Has equality of opportunity become a race hustle instead? As the culture wars play out in our schools, has the civil rights battleground shifted? In Illinois, inherently racist programs, scholarships, and comments are being challenged for violating the Civil Rights Act. How do we get to a post-racial America? Breakthrough Ideas is bringing great Americans together to help answer those questions. Join C.L. Bryant, award-winning filmmaker of Runaway Slave and Trump Advisory Board member, Black and White radio host John Anthony, and rooftop pastor Corey Brooks, founder of Project Hood, on Thursday, June 26th for the Breakthrough Ideas annual dinner. Join the conversation and buy a ticket to our annual dinner to support our work. At Breakthrough Ideas, we're unafraid to expose the lies and corruption of the ruling class in Illinois. We're here to inform voters and protect liberty. Visit breakthrough-ideas.com. Click on the events page to buy a ticket today. That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
It's almost time once again for the annual AM 560 golf outing presented by Signature Bank. And this year, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to help them support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. This year, our golf outing is happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. When you purchase a foursome to join us, you'll enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. And if you're a business owner, when you purchase a foursome, you'll also receive an AM 560 marketing campaign, which includes 25 one-minute commercials to air on AM 560 Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m., and a free digital marketing analysis. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. That's 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Trump International Hotel and Tower Chicago, Suburban Welding and Steel, and by Monarch Technical Recruiting Services. AM 560, The Answer.
All right.
Okay, just so we don't listen to Amy tease this for 4 hours tomorrow.
Well, they have arrived, but they didn't land in Gaza. They were intercepted by Israeli forces, and I'm talking about Greta Thunberg and her selfie yacht. You know, they're on this small boat with a bunch of celebrities trying to bring aid to those in Gaza, which is really like 7 rice bags. But here she is early this morning. She claims she's being kidnapped.
My name is Greta Thunberg and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel. I urge all my friends, family and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Okay. They're not being held hostage. They brought them sandwiches and water on the boat. They took that minuscule amount of aid and is going to give it to, they're going to transfer it to Gaza through real humanitarian channels. They call it the selfie yacht, which I love too. But also, they are going to make them watch footage of the October 7th attack, the real-time footage where the mothers were killed and raped and babies were put in ovens and the most horrific, gruesome things you can imagine. They have to watch that first, according to the defense minister of Israel, and then they're going to let them go.
Well, why don't they just arrange a drop-off at Hamas HQ so that they can join the fight with their comrades, as Greta called them?
I know. They basically saved their lives by taking them into Israel shores. All right. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. We're going to be back here bright and early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Enjoy the day. It's going to be partly sunny, chance of thunderstorms this afternoon, a high of 74 degrees. It's 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
He wants to stop President Trump.